Ladies and gentlemen, let's finish up Vashj'ir, shall we?
What you need, stranger? You'll come back sometime.
So, we've taken care of the eels. That's good, that's good. Eels are good. Nobody likes eels.
Peace, friend.
We've taken care of the snails.
We shall meet again.
We've leveled. It's important.
What do you need?
One sec, Blade Default. And we've gone and dealt with the Goblin Shaman. You met Tosh back in the Damplight Cavern, didn't you? He followed some of the fleeing Naga to the east and sent for help. Oh, I can go help him, I'm sure. Like, what do you think he's want? Like, you know, he wants me to loot a couple of things. Maybe, you know, kill a couple of things. What, you mean those guys right there? You mean Lavos just hanging out to my right there? No, we haven't counted Lavos yet. Listen, you need to keep arguing on Discord, my friend. So, Babylon 5 effect. To explain without even reading the rest of your sentence. Babylon 5 effect is a very specific form of foreshadowing when it's written so that the first time through you think it's one thing, but the second time through you realize it's something else. Part of the reason I give it separate credit from foreshadowing is, first of all, it's pretty rare, but second of all, it's extraordinarily hard to do properly. It's difficult. It requires extra work and time and planning and prep. By the way, that thing really is absolutely enormous. I wouldn't worry about it, though. There's all kinds of random set dressing things in the background. Like, you remember that giant cliff edge thing that's in Radzatan? And by Radzatan, I mean the zone right next to Radzatan. Like, it's just background element. Don't worry about it. Anyways.
What brings you here?
These are definitely ones that raided our boats, but I don't see our missing people.
Ancestors watch over you. Go in.
These are the Naga that took our people. I only need one to interrogate. Kill the rest.
May the eternal sun...
I have no fondness for snakes, and even less so down here. Fortunately for us, the watery elements still bend to my will for now. Take these globes, throw them into the ground, pulling all the nearby serpents and Naga. Humph.
Walk with the earth.
I can do that. Ah, those poor snakes. Those poor snakes. I'm so sorry. Feel bad now. Well, one thing that, wow, how do I explain this? If there's one thing I've believed several times that FF14 was directly inspired by WoW in, it is that approach to scale. The last zone of Shadowbringers is a good example of what I'm talking about. Like, they very clearly were thinking in that direction. Now, it's pretty clear that sometimes they couldn't do the scale the way they wanted to. To use another example, in ARR, we see bits and pieces of Dalamud all over the place, which we can't go and interact with because, well, because it was a PS3 game, to be quite blunt. And so as a result, they pretty clearly could not actually get that stuff into playable space, so it's part of the background. And yeah, the fact that they had to split the cities up says all it needs to. Oh, excuse me. One of these days I'll stop coughing. Maybe. Or I'll die. Oh, you know, in the interest of fairness, if I did die, I would probably stop coughing. So I guess that's still true. I wonder, hang on, I'm sorry. I've been wondering this for a while. It doesn't really matter on most of my classes, but since I happen to be on a... What do you mean? There's no whale shark over there at the moment. I happen to be on a character that's all about dots. I need enemy NPC. Yeah, here we go, that. that's fine. But what I need... No, that works, but... Here we go, that's what I want right there. Let's see if that helps. I was always in Vashj'ir. Is Vashj'ir the correct size of the map? In gameplay, yes. As I pointed out before, Vashj'ir is absolutely ginormous in terms of zone size. Compared to, like, anything else. Like, nothing else even comes close. Even the Twilight Highlands, which is another endgame zone, isn't as big as Vashj'ir. In terms of lore, who knows? No. My whale shark back here is gray, who's way up there. I think she's a whale shark too, now that I think about it. I think I have two of them. I'm not sure. Oh, that's much better. Ah, it's much better. Okay. Sorry, you're probably thinking, what did you change? Well, you may or may not notice that I've got an add-on that displays their debuffs right over their nameplate. Do you see that there? Well, I had two separate add-ons that were both giving me timers for how long of a time was left there, and I could live with that. But having the two numbers there was slowly getting more and more irritating, and I've just been putting up with it for the last couple of days, but screw it. It's fixed. Let's go kill some more helpless, innocent snakes. Die, snakes. Die, snakes? Huh. Okay, let's try that again. Die, snakes. There we go.
Greetings, traveler.
Good to have a real warrior at my side. Yeah, I'm a mage, thank you. Too often my shaman brethren can't seem to stomach the work.
Ancestors watch.
The Fathom Lord is here at the far side of the ruins. He's still injured from our last battle. I'll leave this pleasure to you. Make sure he doesn't get away this time.
Walk with the earth, mother. May the eternal sun shine upon you.
Hang on, what? Sorry, 1 second, hang on. Is he a dark shaman? I mean, he is a Tonka, so that would make sense. One second, please. There it is. Too often we are mistaken for druidic types. Perhaps that's true for some shaman. But do not let yourself be plagued by the ignorant belief that we are always peaceful. Nothing about what I do is harmonious. I command the elements to my will. There is nothing offered in return. He is a dark shaman! Holy crap! Okay. Nice guy.
Ah, so you've left your hole! The lady will claim you soon enough!
Suddenly voice acting. I've mentioned this before, but for those of you who haven't heard me say this before, WoW has more voice acting each subsequent expansion. It's linear. Even through BFA and Shadowlands, it is linear. So, get used to that, I guess. Ooh, a pearl. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before. It radiates light and powerful magic as well. Huh. I wonder what that is. Good morning, Walker. Merry Christmas in belated, and Happy New Year's in preparatory.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
Wow. Almost double. If you want to see how big this thing is, look how long it's taking us to cross its length. I hate to keep emphasizing the size of this thing, but good God. Also, if you're paying attention, it's not the only one down here, but we'll get to the other one later. Boop, 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 boop.
The winds guide you.
Yes, have you found something?
We shall meet
pearl.
again.
Oh, this is exactly what I was looking for. Thank you for bringing it to me.
Go in peace.
It is clear to me at this point what must be done. The Naga are obtaining these places from Nespira. That is the ancient shelled creature that rests outside the cave. But why Nespira would submit to the Naga is beyond my understanding. We can enter Nespira's body. Wait, no. I don't want to go inside that thing. I don't want to go inside Lavos. I know what's inside the shell. Spoilers, it's a robot and then an astro chicken. So, yeah, I've kind of been dancing around this, but part of the reason that those things are so... Oh, there's the whale shark. Part of the reason those things are so huge is because they're another zone. So, now we're inside Lavos. Yeah, gotta have your guts level. Her body appears even larger from the inside. It's not. I don't know why they say that. I see a man and an orc chained up as slaves, mining the pearls. And I see Naga holding the whip. Wait, what's this over here? I mean, to be clear, this is a Loa. This is a wild god. But there's a lot of details there which we don't know.
What brings you here?
Aranak entrusts this task to me. Very well, let's see what we can learn from this ancient one.
We shall meet.
I can't believe Nespira would willingly allow the Naga to take residence inside her shell. As I see it, one of two things has happened. They have convinced her willingly to join their cause, or they have weakened her to a point where she cannot fight back. Either one is bad. Here in the chamber, I should be able to communicate directly with her. Yeah, that's her brain.
Walk with the earth, Mother.
Yeah. Spirit of life, grant me your aid. Grant me the clarity to speak with this creature. Nothing's happening. Something must be preventing me.
I've been expecting
Didn't go
you.
well. For some reason, the beast won't speak back to me. He is clearly frustrated. If only Aranak had not left us, he would know what to do.
Go in
God.
peace.
Brain! Damn.
Ancestors.
It'll take some time to break through this barrier and communicate with Nespira. In the meantime, you could save some of the men that the Naga have enslaved. He produces a length of rope. Here, this should come in handy.
Go in peace.
I may be able to communicate directly with the beast, but I can feel some things indirectly. For example, she is clearly not happy about the Naga's presence here. When we first entered, I saw dozens of sentinels and enchantresses. Perhaps some of the Ancient One's pain will be alleviated if you remove them. Yeah, let's leave corpses inside her body. That's a great idea. Let's do that. Thinking about it? No, I would never do that. So, most wild gods, most Loa, have a physical form. It's just glutted with spirit energy. That's actually what makes them into a Loa, is that sheer amount of energy warping into them. Excuse me. Which is why even a person can become a Loa, because the only real requirement is a substantial amount of spirit energy. Let's try an Oblivion. Jesus! Okay, for those of you who didn't catch that, my average dot ticks do like 3,000, right? Like here, I'll demonstrate. Yeah, there you go. So there's like a 4,000 tick. There's a 400 tick. There's another 4,000. There's a 2,000 tick. When I did Oblivion, it did 60,000 damage. That's a 45-second cooldown, so that makes sense, but damn. If I'm not mistaken, yep, it does more damage based on how many dots you have active. So, that tracks. Yeah. Yeah, it's another thing. I would probably not enjoy having my internal organs carved out. Maybe that's just me. So yeah, to demonstrate that again. Bonk! And dead. Good God. Here's the real question. Do you think we can free the Horde slaves? I mean, they are the Horde, which means they eat puppies. It'll be interesting to see if the game lets us. Hi, Act. Nope. Will not actually allow me to rescue the Horde. I haven't seen Valerian today yet. Valerian is now here today. Oh, no! We could do it! We could do it. We could actually rescue the Horde. Holy crap. It just prioritizes the Alliance. Well, so that's actually a very valid problem that WoW itself has had for a decent chunk of its history. Affliction Warlocks actually had a rather massive overhaul back in Legion in order to try and fix the exact problems you mentioned there. So, obviously, you could just dot and then walk away. But if you notice, after I do my dots, I start doing other stuff. That's how they fixed the problem. You have dots, sure, but then you have other abilities which compound and work off of the dots. So, yeah, I could just sit there and slowly let the enemy die to the dots, but it is going to be pretty slow. Instead, I do Haunt, which increases dot damage and does more damage based on how many dots they have up. I do Drain Soul, which gives them a debuff, which makes the dots do more damage and refreshes the duration of the dots. I do Oblivion, which does more damage based on dots. You get it. Even Malefic Rupture, which is my primary spender, essentially bursts dots. So, like, you have 3 dots on you, so 3 bursts of damage go off you. In other words, the dots are just kind of step 1 of the whole rotation, instead of being the primary focus. If I'm making any kind of sense there. Because back in the day, Affliction Warlock was ... stand there. And practically speaking, what that meant was Affliction Warlocks were really good against bosses, because, you know, they'd live long enough for the dots to matter, and pretty bad against everything else. Kinda, yeah, Blade to Fall. Obviously a little bit more developed than that, but yeah, same idea. And of course, there's also different things I do to generate. I mentioned my spender. So most of my dots have a chance to give me a resource. That's my soul shards here. But I actually use abilities to generate resources, which, like that soul drain I do, the purple drain, that's a generator. That's a builder. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. I actually don't have the ability anymore, but earlier I had the ability to put a specific debuff on everyone nearby. The relevance is everyone who is hit with that debuff, when I do life drain, it also hits them. So if I'm surrounded by 20 things, I could be life draining 20 things at the same time. It was a nice live button and very useful for like mass pulling, but I didn't care for it, especially not compared to Oblivion. That's ridiculous. Not really, Blade Devolve. I understand why a lot of people don't like dot classes. In fact, a friend of mine specifically didn't like Shadow Priest because Shadow Priest is also somewhat dot heavy. And I get it. I get that it's just not a playstyle that everyone enjoys. It doesn't bother me, though. For me, it's more like setting up the dominoes so I can knock them over. Right? Do. You know? Yeah, as opposed to Shaman, which is, I'm doing nothing. Die. Okay, I'm doing nothing. Die. Professional analysis of class design.
Greetings, traveler.
Excellent work, though I'm afraid I haven't been nearly as productive as you.
Ancestors
You
watch.
sense it, an ounce of shaman's blood. You have an ounce of shaman's blood in you. You must feel the sense of relief in the air.
We
Dude, I'm a warlock.
again.
Everything in my body tells me Nasir is trying to speak with me, but I cannot hear her. Perhaps the Naga have done something to her voice. He considers for a moment. Despira's voice may be suppressed. That means we need to find a voice for her. I've got it. The Edacress have been known to train deep seeker crabs as battle companions. Use this net, capture a crab, and bring it back to me.
Walk with the earth.
I will admit, I didn't actually like Shadow Priest until now, until Dragonflight. It's a pretty recent development for me. As I was showing off when we were doing that, the 4 talents at the bottom and the flavor with how you build your Shadow Priest really helped. There we go. So I think you know the answer to your first question, Act. And yes, that absolutely would influence my decisions in the near future. Yep, no, I can get that. So I could actually get... So what I want to get is I want to make Malefic Rupture even more powerful. So we'll go ahead and do that. Reduced cast time of Malefic Rupture, and makes Malefic Rupture do a bit of additional Shadow Flame damage every time it hits.
Peace, friend.
I hope this works. My skills as a shaman are limited, and I fear this task might be too much for us.
Ancestors watch over you.
He looks at the crab and disguises a frown. It doesn't look very impressive, does it?
May the eternal...
A trained shaman has the ability to communicate with the 4 elements of earth, air, water, and fire. This is known. What is not widely known is the presence of the 5th element. Insert reference here. This element is not as clearly described as the other 4, but has to do with a shared commonality. That's actually spirit energy. We've talked about that a few times. My theory is that the crab, as a creature of the sea, is close enough to Nespira that with the elements coaxing, we can convince it to act as Nespira's mouthpiece.
We shall meet again.
Let's try it.
Walk with the earth, mother.
What's happening? Can you hear me? I can't see you, but I can sense your presence. I'll explain what I can. The Naga are suppressing my will. I can feel what they're doing, but I am powerless to act. They mine my pearls, carve my body, and distort my mind. I can feel my will breaking, strangers. They mean to use me for war. I will not be a tool of the Naga. I'll resist as long as I can, but I can't last forever. Please, someone stop them.
The winds guide.
I'd assume the Naga were here for the pearls, but this makes much more sense. If they had Nespira's power under their control, the amount of damage they could do would be catastrophic. Something must be done.
Go in peace.
He closes his eyes, pauses, and then nods. Nespira has just informed me that we're not the only people fighting inside of this shell. A group of Alliance slaves has escaped and is currently fighting the Naga on the other side. Okay.
We shall meet.
Or Horde, if you happen to be Horde. Whoop, whoop. That's true. I imagine each battle, like, would just be substantially more irritating. It's like, alright, dot, hang on. Dot, hang on. Dot, hang on. Back in the day, the worst time of year we used to have was during the summer when I was at the data center, because most people would not be in school, which for whatever reason means most tech companies who we had as our customers would then be doing more business, which meant they would be in the office more, which meant, you know, we would have more work to do. Back at Arby's, the busiest time of year. I'm not sure we had a busiest time of year. More like a busiest time of day. At the retail place, the busiest time of year was around the holidays. That's an obvious one.
Need help?
Zunla, is that you? It's Captain Taylor.
For the Alliance.
He listens intently as you recount Duan and Nespira's conversation. Ah, so the creature wants our help waking it up, is it? With hundreds of slaves already picking away at her pearls, the beast seems to be a pretty heavy sleeper. My suggestion, though, look around for signs of weakness. Maybe a ticklish spot that'll force the beast to come to its senses.
Be careful.
Good day to you.
I honestly don't know how we survived this long. The Naga took my weapons and armor, left me with rags and a mining pick, and that snapped long ago. If we're going to stand any hope of turning the tide, I'm going to need something to fight with. Let's need weapon racks. I'm not accustomed to fighting with a trident, but it'll be better than fighting with my fists.
See you around.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
My time in the Pearl Pits, however short, made me curious about the Naga's goal. Yes, I know the Naga want to use the engine of war, but if that's the case, why are they enslaving men to mine her pearls? Assuming we escape this creature's shell, I would very much like to study these objects. The pearls we found in the pits were much too large to carry, but I've seen the warlords and prophets carry around smaller ones.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Well, let's go do it then. I don't have a problem with FF14's GCD either. I will admit, when I first played it, it was a huge culture shock, but in my defense, as I've said many times, I went straight from Pandaria to ARR, which... yeah, I don't know what else to add to that. But having played FF14 for several years at this point, I have quite gotten used to it. It's just... it is a very, very different vibe and tempo to combat. Do I take naps, and would I recommend if it's possible during work? So I never did back at work. I've never worked a place where that was viable or feasible. So I can't give advice on that one. Sorry. I have failed you. Oh, greater heal? Yeah, I can fix that. Melt. I mean, naps in general, in my experience, are a per biology thing. In other words, whether they work for you or not is dependent on you. I will admit, when I do nap, and I have periodically, usually for health reasons, during my lunch break, it's almost always exactly 45 minutes. Like, it's kind of crazy how patterned this. I don't set an alarm. It's just I lay down and I wake up 45 minutes later. Rhythms and all that. Okay, that kind of hurts. Let's try to hurt less. Yep, we're inside Nespira. When I was watching the kiddo full-time, I would take very, very micro naps constantly. Because what else are you going to do? Kids in their boundless energy, am I right? I don't really remember a vibe being all that different in ESO. But then again, it did remind me a bit of Guild Wars 2, so I suppose that would be my answer automatically. Yeah, we're just antibodies. And the spirit just has a fever right now. I honestly don't know, Blade of All. As you're probably aware, I've only really done vanilla and a bit of Vardenfell, so I didn't really get all that far in. And I've only done, like, the one dungeon. It was a cool dungeon, but I only did the one. I know, Act. It's trying not to have panic attacks about it. I always knew this was going to happen. I should also admit, in the interest of fairness, I raised my prices recently. It's something I've been resisting doing for quite a while, but the rate of funding versus being... for rate of funding versus reviewing, the line isn't straight. So I did a little math and raised the prices. Right. So yeah, I meant to mention that, Jay Palmer. This morning, I did a tech test and got the PS2 game working. Very, very weird intro, by the way. But then, I also just, because I couldn't remember if you decided or not, decided to try and get Modern Warfare 3 working. And failed. I couldn't get the game to launch. At all. Now, I actually have a suspicion it's tied into how they have attached every Call of Duty game to that terrible Call of Duty launcher. Yeah, the one that caused us so many issues with Modern Warfare 2R. But, yeah. Not actually happy about that. I'm not sure if I'd be able to go back and play, say, Modern Warfare 2 right now. You know, the really good one. That's one of the best FPSs we've ever covered. Oh, neck. I'm pretty sure Strangers in Paradise would have been funded either way, Blade to all. It was pretty close to begin with, and then Valerian just decided to snap that into existence.
Open your heart to the light.
The Naga must have some ethereal motive with the pearls. If I had time to study them, I'm sure I could figure it out.
Remain vigilant.
Brilliant work. She tucks them beneath her armor. Where exactly are you putting giant... No, you know what? I'm going to withdraw that question. Now I see you and Captain Taylor to get me safely out here, and I can handle the studies from here on out.
Safe journey.
What can I do for you?
In my youth, I was given some training in spear fighting. Sticking with the pointy end, I think it was.
See you later.
Sorry, I was just imagining what these will look like with bits of Naga stuck to the ends of them. Thank you, we'll put these to good use.
Have a good one.
Look, I know you're kind of mad, but Jesus, dude, chill a little.
Light be with you.
Hopefully we made some progress. I'm not sure how we'll tell when the creature wakes up, but something tells me it'll be very obvious when it does.
Go with honor, friend.
My men are flagging. We won't last much longer against the Naga. With Eda Cress's weapons and Nespira's pearls, we should be ready to burst out of here. Follow the wall southeast and look for the ramp to the upper chamber. I assume their leader's up there. Or maybe the key to waking up Nespira. Or maybe both. Alright.
Light bless you.
Let's go see what's up there then. I don't actually know, J. Palmer. I've never owned them in any manner other than digital. I actually never touched Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer. It wasn't until 3 that I got into that. However, I am well aware of just how bad Call of Duty multiplayer has been for pretty much all of its existence. Which sort of sucks, you know? Like, on paper, it's the kind of gameplay I might even enjoy, but in reality land, nope. So this is my last point for the time being. I think we'll go ahead and get the live talent way up at the top. Bad as a community act. Good morning, Bragwin. Wow, sucks. Oh, sorry. It's a twitch. It's a nervous twitch thing. Yes, Blade Tavel is going to fund a separate game for every story positive I get to this. I give this game. At least there's no pulping sounds down here. That's right, I'm going to have to run FF11 each time I give a story positive to WoW. Dang it. Yeah, I was trying not to think of the smell. Keep in mind, most of this is pretty stagnant air, too. Like, just on top of everything else. Ooh, you got some health, don't you? Oh, God. I know this is kind of a low-hanging fruit thing, but I would rather cover FF11 than Starfield. Again. Yeah, exactly. FF11 won't break my computer. I might need a literal walkthrough to install it, but it won't quite literally break my hardware. And yeah, it might even have story positives. Hell, it might even have gameplay positives. Imagine that. Well, yeah, exactly, J. Palmer. It's the same reason we're not playing Fallout 4 and might not be playing Elder Scrolls 6. I don't know. If I was going to play FF11, let's see, what would I play? Back in the day, I wanted to play a summoner, but that's literally just because, you know, summoners are cool. So nowadays, what would I play nowadays? I've got it. Red Mage Bard. No, I have no idea. Just sit back there and be like, all right, minions, you got this. Buff, buff, debuff, buff, debuff, buff. Von Falkenstein, buff, Von Falkenstein. Slow. Oh, wait, I can't bow. Okay, hang on. What do I do instead of bow? Sideways bow. There we go. Thank you, Von Falkenstein, very much for the sub. No, I just haven't been running at 5. I figured people would have an epileptic fit if they saw where the story was at right now. So I'll put this towards Thea, Phantom Brigade, Phoenix Project, and happy holidays. Thank you again, Von Falkenstein. I wish FF14 Blue was a real class. Look, I'm sorry. We've got Blue Mage in FF5, which speaks for itself. We've got Strago and Gao in FF6. We've got the enemy materia, which is awesome in FF7. 8's kind of a skip, 9's kind of a skip, 10's kind of a skip. In 10.2, Blue Mage is cool again. What I find funniest about this spread is that a lot of story negatives have been given, but I wouldn't blame people for not even noticing them. Because the positives have been going up too. And of course, the gameplay is still barely trending net positive. Like, it's just inching above all of the problems we've been running into.
What brings you here?
No need to bring me up to speed. Nespira's been narrating your adventures as they happened, and Captain Taylor filled me on the rest. He closes his eyes and nods. Nespira says she's quite grateful, and she has a small surprise for the Naga.
Ancestors watch.
Thanks to you and the captain, she has regained full control of her body. But most of the Naga don't know this yet. When we make our escape... Oh, Phoenix Point, sorry. Let me write that down. Phoenix Point. When we make our escape, she will activate her biological defenses and destroy the Naga. Make yourself ready. I will tell the spirit to begin the countdown.
Go in peace.
I am freed from the Naga servitude. My will is my own. Once again. My body's already starting to fight the Naga infection. Please, I ask you to get to safety before I unleash my wrath. You may leave now, friend. The Taran's friend Uranok should be waiting outside. In fact, it looks like he's here now. I have secured escape. You are to come with us. Let's get out of here. Dwarn, excellent work. Do not dally within Nespira's shell. You know as well as I do the dangers posed by an angry demigod. Vashj'ir has gotten gameplay negatives, to my dismay. 3 of them for bugs. The buggy zone. It's the buggy zone in the entire game. And that needs to be acknowledged and warranted. Oh, excuse me. Fun fact. While WoW is not exactly a perfect game, one thing they tend to be really good about is QA. I understand they haven't always been good at that. But QA testing is kind of a big deal. I bring that up because a lot of people are having trouble finding that cave right there, right? There's actually a Horde equivalent cave, but it's functionally the exact same cave. So, they put down these flags so that anybody roaming through could see the extremely obvious Alliance flag, which very clearly, visibly does not fit with all the surrounding fauna and flora. And be like, aha, that's where I'm going. And yeah, you can see the Horde flag right over there. So if you're roaming around this area, like, where do I go? Aha, there's a flag. There's another flag. Yeah, it's actually really funny because Blizzard... by the way, there's another Alliance flag too. Yeah, so it is funny because there's lots and lots of bugs in this game, and I'm not trying to say there aren't. But they are literally known for QA testing very, very well, both with players and with their internal teams. And who knows, now that the QA team actually has a frickin' union, maybe they'll start taking care of them. Holy crap. How's that for a weird thought? Okay. Things are going well. We got this. We're starting to finally push up and push back against the Naga.
Greetings.
Appears I owe you my life yet again. Thank the light you found me before you and your shaman activated those defenses.
Go with honor, friend.
Many of the survivors made their way down to the Glimmerdeep Gorge to help with the clam diving. We've been receiving reports of deliberate attacks from some kind of murlocs. The Admiral has to stay here as more men report in from the shell, so I'm having trouble convincing him to give any significant muscle to help the divers. If you're up for it, I'm certain they can use your help.
Light bless you.
Sure, I can help with that.
Warm wishes to you.
Poor things, they're starving. We have many matters to attend to, but not the least of which being the Naga. But first we need to get food in these bellies. I'm not sure what the Naga fed them, but they're definitely worse for wear. Quite a few of the survivors have made their way into Glimmerdeep Gorge to the northwest. Join them and get some clam meat.
Favor the road traveled by few.
I hope you like seafood in Vashj'ir. Holy crap. Well, it's good to know it's starting to dissipate. Gum gum. Oh God. Yeah, I'm allergic to shellfish. It's fine. I'll just be a giant bloated mess the entire time through here. I should take a bit of a detour soon, I just realized. Oh, what happened, J. Palmer? Blurg. I hate it when hard drives die. It is such a pain, and in some cases, unrecoverable. Like, I keep backups, but secondary backups are just non-tenable for most of my stuff. Yeah, honestly, several of my storage drives are literally SSDs at this point, because pricing. I'm blaming on that. I gotta be honest, I probably wouldn't eat anything in what is clearly an awful area. Like, this is all runoff from whatever Naspira's been eating, right? I mean, it's literally bloody. Come on.
What can I do for you?
More help. Superb. We could certainly use it, I'll tell you that much.
See you around.
Can help with the clam diving? Sure.
My, you're a tall one.
I have an idea. A brilliant idea! Those clown-looking fish have developed a symbiotic defense relationship with the enemies. Having dismissed an enemy disguise plausibilities, I've uncovered the chemical attractor that lures the fish. I have a gyrocoptic thermoscrub extractor I brought down here to take samples. Use it to extract the chemical extractor from several of the enemies, and bring me samples. Go with haste! Brilliance is waiting!
Alrighty then.
Alright, I can do that. I guess. But first, let's rip open some clams. Does anybody here even like clams? Not like clam chowder, just clams. Most people I know like clam chowder. How do you even eat clams, now that I'm thinking about it? Outside of chowder. I have had oysters. Those were interesting. Although I had a bad experience with them, and I've never been able to get past that. Yeah, I can't stand seafood. Ugh. Excuse me, I'm gonna go have some sushi. Baked clams. Sure, J. Palmer, although I might not have a technical answer. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you there, Asmirstar. I haven't been able to eat seafood at all. Not counting sushi, because sushi doesn't count. Ever since the surgery. So... Shrug. That was a while ago at this point. That was like 12 years ago now. Depends on what you're going for, but generally speaking, you want a GUID. Unless you're actually using it as a boot drive. If you're using it as a boot drive, then you're probably going to want to have master boot record on it. Yeah, I know some people who just absolutely love seafood, and obviously I can't properly comprehend that. But it's always interesting to me to think about. What? Yes, J. Palmer. I'll grab the thing. There we go. On the way in, there's a small cutscene that plays, Braylon, where Dwarn and Anorak like walk in with you as blue mobs, and then they walk over into the brain, and that's what actually completes the quest and moves you forward a step. I know, because I literally just did it. Yeah, if there's one thing I wouldn't like about going to Japan, it's the seafood. They have plenty of other good food, which I want to try, because I love good Japanese food, but not the seafood. I'm good. Thanks. Are you kidding? Japan has tons of food that isn't seafood. Like ramen. And sushi, of course. Yeah, whatever you say, J. Palmer. Sushi's definitely seafood. Wink, wink. I agree with this statement. Wink, wink. Joking aside, I'm not actually joking in the fact that I like sushi. I just had sushi last week. Because we were doing a holiday thing for that. But I cannot eat seafood. I can't deal with it. I can't even, like, I can take a bite and chew on it. In some cases, I can even swallow, but that's about as far as I can get. Like, I can't do seafood. I haven't had real crab in a long time, but I have tried it in the past. I haven't tried it since the surgery. Mostly just various types of fish.
Need assistance?
Superb! Chemicals abound. My instantaneous chemical synthesizer is already pre-tested and prepared. Your deployment compound will be ready in the blink of an eye.
Off and away.
Marvelous creation, if I say so myself. Ready for deployment. Simply spray the clam divers with a bit of the chemical, and they'll be accompanied by a protective aquatic companion. You can even spray yourself. Speaking of desire, I would highly recommend you moderate deployment of the chemical attractor to minimal applications. Large doses could result in undesirable effects. Undesirable for you, anyways. Likely very desirable for the fish.
Be seeing you.
Okay.
Greetings.
Has your clam-laden frolic proven fruitful?
See you later.
Oh, well done indeed. This is an entirely unshameful amount of clams.
Have a good one.
Thanks, I think. I don't want to be ungrateful, but was that absolutely necessary? fish for me? It's adorable.
Can I help you?
Oh, that's wild. There we go. What are audits? That's a good question. Hold on.
Hi, how are you?
Well done, my odorific associate. You are both swift and assiduous, if I say so myself. May your future travels be rampant with inspiration and opulence.
You have a great day now.
Do they have to be both? You've got quite a stock of gathered clams to tote back to the cave. I was just waiting for someone to do the toting. You've proven dangerous enough to be the sort. I highly expect that such a fine meal should not pass uncontested by predators on the way, so make your trip back as swift as possible. Thanks for the help, friend.
Be careful.
Hello, Elizar. Wow, sucks. Okay, there we go. Got it out. Okay, so. Where? Oh, whatever, let's find out. I use the word audit to describe several things that I do, so I'm just going to answer all of the possible questions for that. As usual, by the way, Elizar, don't forget, you can pick up to 3 things. So, I actually thought I was still Hearth here. That's okay. Thing number 1. So, every now and again, I go and just kind of recheck my own notes. Just be like, okay, hang on, hold up. Have I been keeping track of everything? Did I miss anything? You know, just kind of making sure that any given thing is correct, or as correct as I can make it, is really the idea there.
Very good.
No, that's not where I meant to... Oh, god damn it, I'm so stupid. That's okay. I can hit this button, because this button exists now. So, you know, for example, as I was checking over the notes, this actually happened just a few days ago. I noticed I hadn't been giving the cutscene negatives, because the animations in Cataclysm are actually really bad, and in many cases ruin the cutscenes that are happening. So that's negative worthy, and therefore needs to be given. That's a basic audit. That's a live audit. We do that kind of on the fly. There's a second audit which I do with an actual audit spreadsheet. Now, for larger games like this, I do those periodically. You can actually find it if you type !WOW into chat, and you'll see a bit of the sheet I've been using to keep track of zones, bosses, dungeons, and cutscenes. But if you go... but then, at the end of any given game, I do what I call the boring audit. The boring audit is just logging all of the existing positives and negatives into the much larger spreadsheet in order to make sure that everything is lining up correctly. And that leads to what is ostensibly the last audit, which is the one I do where we just sit down and we go through the list. I'm like, okay, do I miss anything? Should this be higher? Should this be lower? Should this exist at all? Yada, yada, yada. Stuff like that. Technically, there is one last audit that can happen after that. And there's no predefined nature for those. Instead, it's like periodically, I'm like, oh shoot, I forgot something. Or, you know, someone brings up something. It's like, oh, that's a good point. I forgot such and such. So in that case, we just kind of go back and, you know, look over a game and try and figure out what we missed and try to fix it. Oh, wait, no, this is...
What can I get for
just in the wrong direction.
Watch your back.
There we go. That's true. I also semi-regularly, every few months, do like a polishing pass audit of pretty much every game on the review list so far. I'm actually technically in the middle of one of those. I just haven't had time to really finish it. The overwhelming majority of those don't change the scores any meaningful manner. Sometimes I miss a point here or there, like literally one positive or one negative, and so that adjusts the score very, very slightly. But otherwise, that's just kind of doing my due diligence check. And yes, then there's such a thing as an audit run. Now, I try to avoid audit runs for very obvious reasons. So far, I've only ever accepted that for games that are really short, such as Mega Man and Mario. Obviously, both of those are games that I could smash through in a few hours, so that's not the end of the world. However, in cases where the game has substantially changed or adjusted itself over time, like Cyberpunk or Baldur's Gate 3, people have argued that we should do an audit run for that. The catch there is that because it is a game, even if it's changed, that we have played before, I charge double for that, just straight up twice the time. Because, for lack of a better way to put it, an audit run is valued as less than a new run. All of the time we spend going back through an audit run is time we are not spending covering a new game. We are effectively just streaming the same game again. Even if it's changed and even if the review should be altered to accommodate that, the fact is, we're streaming Baldur's Gate 3 again, right? So, to adjust for that, I charge double. And before you're asked, yes, I also charged double for the Mario audit runs and the Mega Man audit runs I just mentioned. I think that's everything. This has been Creamy Says, "You're dumb, stab!" Thank you, Elizar, very, very much. I do appreciate the sub, and I've got that down for Disciples Gold, for Pokemon Stadium, and for Sonic. I'll be right back. It's weird, isn't it, Linear Ruth? Oh, they didn't act. It's just we did audit runs of them because, like, we'd already played... I actually forget which. It was like we'd already played Mario 1 or something like that. But, you know, we were doing Mario 1 and 3 and 8 and 17. And so rather than just skip over Mario, whichever one we'd already done, we just decided to rerun it, just for the sake of cohesion. No, that's right. This is right. Stop doubting yourself.
Hey there. See you around.
Is there a game I'm looking forward to auditing running when it gets funded? At the moment, no. I think the only audit runs on the books are Cyberpunk and Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm in no hurry to replay either of those games. I have no idea why Elden Ring's number would have dropped, so let's go ahead and pull up the gold number. Flip up the keys. Jedi Fallen Order isn't actually an audit run because it's not a current run. No, Elizar, not even close. Not even a little bit. Not even the tiniest bit. Where's Elden Ring? There's Elden Ring.
Talk to me. Safe travels.
Yeah, and if we're rerunning a game that was pre-Oblivion, then that's just, for all intents and purposes, that's just running a game again. Or rather, running a game for the first time, sorry. So like FF5, which we're reviewing soon-ish, for all intents and purposes, that's a new run. Let's see, plus 13, plus 13. I guess Blade to Vault? I have no idea. I can check it later. I don't care right now.
What can I do for you?
Thank you for stepping up to take care of this warlock. I know there are a lot of concerns swarming us right now, but maintaining the safety of the survivors is paramount.
Be careful.
Correct, J. Palmer. Once again, it is an initial run.
Greetings, friend.
You look to have come back to us with purpose. Was your trip successful?
May your days be long and
Oh,
your
this is
hardships
wonderful. I will begin cooking immediately. It's good to know that of our many fears, starvation shall no longer be one of them. I imagine the Admiral will have much work for you. Let me trouble you no further.
Dionysaka.
Hello.
I just noticed the Admiral's
Safe
name is
travel.
Dvorak.
Ishnudaldie.
Look, Zunla, is it? I need your help. I know most everyone in the cave thinks they're not in the position to be worrying about anything but our own hides right now, but I cannot dismiss my ancestors so readily. All I want from you, while you're out in the city proper, is to keep a watchful eye out for objects of significance. The statues, in particular.
Go in peace.
Okay.
How are you? See you around.
This cave is our only refuge. There's no help on the way. Whatever happens, this cave must remain safe or we're all going to die down here. We need a forward post to launch our attacks from, something defensible. In the eastern portion of the ruins, scout out these various areas. Bring back any information you can.
Safe travels. Have a good one.
Our escape from the shell can't have gone unnoticed. But either the Naga at the ruins weren't informed, or they don't consider us a threat. I don't intend to take this opportunity for granted. We strike now. I need you to slip into the lower level of the ruins and kill a bunch of Ashari.
See you
Vashj'ir,
later.
excuse me.
Well met.
I've taken the liberty of performing some preliminary scouting. The Naga may not be aware of our position, but they're not entirely unprepared for intruders. Beyond their patrols, they've set up magical sentry devices that will warn them of unwelcome guests. Fortunately, they seem to have sacrificed quality for quantity. There's a definite window in which they can be destroyed before the alarm is answered.
For the Alliance.
Okay, I can deal with that. I mean, Hollow Knight was a legit game. I anticipate Jedi Fallen Order will beat it when we get there. I'm not sure what else would, honestly. So, if the Drakari is down here, do you think they would have saved the Loa for food? Or used the Loa for food? Yes. Oh yeah, then there's Stranger in Paradise, which I tend to forget is a Souls-like. What? Yum Yum? Sorry, I didn't even see the question in question. I do personally qualify Hollow Knight as a Souls-like. It doesn't matter, and if you disagreed with me, I'm not even going to argue it. The problem with Sekiro is I cannot beat it without cheating. So... Hollow Knight is... like, it has so many of the fundamentals of what makes a Souls-like. Respawning from the benches, slowly expanding through the map, bits of Metroidvania aspect to the level design, heavy focus on combat and bosses. Also grimdark. Not necessarily a Souls-like thing, but it is still there. An ancient, slightly cracked slab of stone with an immense number of inscriptions etched on the side. You're unable to decipher the language, but the sheer amount of text and ornate nature of it suggests this might carry some value. Huh. Yeah, exactly. Genres are vague things. That's why I usually don't actually argue with people about it. The only reason I even care about genres at all is specifically because of my job. Because I do find it interesting to compare games that are similar to each other. You know, it's helpful to compare Mega Man alongside Mario, even though they're actually pretty different games when it comes to 2D platformers. Good morning, Evo. So if WoW was a single-player experience, could everything be in size and scale to lore? I mean, they could, but they probably wouldn't. Most video games, single-player or multiplayer, do not portray cities as cities, to use the most common example. The reason why is because cities are big. Really, really big. Instead, video games try to trick you into thinking they're big using a whole bunch of techniques they've used over the years. Something we've talked about extensively over in the Starfield run. Yeah, like, honestly, and I mean this with sincerity, in terms of actual game area, a Stormwind would probably be the size of most of this continent. In fact, I think I'm actually lowballing it, to be quite honest with you. Because I think it only takes about 2 hours to walk from the north end to the south end. So, think about any city in the world which you could traverse the entire city in 2 hours. On foot. There's a statue to Ashara, sure. Yeah, that's a small town. So something like Stormwind, I'm not sure WoW in general is that big. In fact, hang on. Let's just do a thing here really quick. Just for funsies. Let's assume I decided to walk across the city I live in. So, like, just over here somewhere. Right here. Boom. Done. Directions. On foot. Okay. So, on foot, that would take me about 17 hours to walk across the city I live in. Now, that's walking, not running. So, we could probably just straight up chop that in half, right? So, that's about 8.5 hours. And if we're being really generous, 8 hours. So, what that means, very, very roughly, is in order to properly render the city I live in real life, you would have to stack the Eastern Kingdoms 4 times on top of each other, and then walk across that space. And that would be one city. All of that's very back-of-the-envelope calculations, but you get the idea, I think. So in answer to the question, no. I did actually hear about that one, although I'm not sure how much of a controversy it really deserves to be. Of course I do, Elizar. Remember, it's not about the cities actually being big. Witcher 3's city, which I can't remember the name of right now, is actually tiny, as all game cities are. The question is whether or not they feel small. Novigrad, thank you. Or Toussaint, but I wasn't counting Toussaint. Nobody counts Toussaint. I mean, my favorite example of making a city feel big is actually Oblivion, believe it or not. Because if you really think about it, Oblivion cities are minuscule. Like, Cheydinal is about the size of my cul-de-sac. But they use a lot of tricks and a lot of tips and a lot of things to try and make it feel bigger than it is. And that's the important part. It doesn't... It's again, go watch my Starfield run. We talk about this for like an hour. It doesn't matter how big it is. Insert joke here. What matters is what you do with it. What matters is how big you make it feel or think or size, or if at least it gets you that vibe of, I am in a city. If it has done that, then it's done its job. Yeah, Starfield has places that are relatively large when it comes to game cities that feel very, very small.
My goods are of the highest quality.
Thank you so much for taking this seriously. This is some of the first definitive proof of other members of the Vashj family. Very interesting. I never even heard of the other two figures until you mentioned them just now. So much of our history was lost during the Sundering. It's exciting to have a chance to claim at least some of it.
Asha Fela.
Just look at where the Admiral gives me dirty looks and decided to throw some sympathy my way. I pretty much lost hope of making him understand these ruins offer us the opportunity to salvage some usefulness out of this whole mess. I'd actually hoped you might turn up again. You seem like the only one... Wait, what's that you have there?
Elune light your
Oh,
path.
brilliant. It'll take me a while to translate this, but this is precisely the kind of find I was hoping for. There's no knowing if we'll make it out of this in the first place, but if it comes down to it, I'll find a way to float this to the surface in hopes that it'll one day be found. Thank you. Here, perhaps I have something maybe used to you. Nope, that's a wand.
Goddess watch over you.
Wands are icky. Ugh. That's why I like to use Obsidian as the example. Not only are Oblivion. Not only are Oblivion cities tiny, but it's by Bethesda. In fact, actually, I got a better example for you. Vivek. Over in Morrowind. Anyways, to bring this to home a little bit, one thing I do think both FF14 and WoW do pretty well is exactly that. They make their cities feel like cities, even though they super duper aren't. I've been showing a lot of them from the air, and I look forward to showing you some of the bigger cities we'll be seeing out in the future. But even the larger cities are, once again, you know, it's city block, right? And that's it. That's the full extent of it. But they do a lot of work to make it feel big.
Hey there. Safe travels.
Whoops, I
See
actually
you
forgot to
around.
do a quest while I was out there.
Light bless you.
Let's go finish that quest, shall we? Speaking of cities and feeling big, I know you hate me for this playful, and I am sorry. But I have to give more visual positives. For this area right here. For the city. Look at that. Just look at that. Really take it in for a moment. Really soak in the details. That is an insane amount of work and effort and time to make that look like a city that's been underwater for centuries, right? That's crazy. It is fairly large too, as my size or as my speed is probably indicating here as we move through it. You know, we've got the archways of what was probably a city street at some point in time. Nice big underhanging things. We'll keep going through this. I'll be pointing it out as we go, but just take that in for a second. Upper Plaza, you know. There's houses. Did you even notice that there's houses, like, built into the walls here? It should, J. Palmer. Think about it. Yep, Dire Mall was our first look at a highborn city, and this is circa Kata, so a little bit more advanced. I do not think so, but I'm not actually sure, J. Palmer. That's gorgeous. Yeah, this is actually Vashj'ir itself, the actual city of Vashj'ir, for which the zone is named. What's left of it. I also love the amount of things, living things that are growing. Obviously, there's the the overgrowth, moss, the seaweed, whatever that is. But you got like chunks of just growth everywhere. Where's my notes? Where's my notes? Yeah, there. Right. I'm sure there are, Elizar. I wouldn't know, though. I'm not a creepypasta kind of guy. So you would know better than I would. And yes, this is definitely Atlantis. I'm not sure how or why. Wait, you know what? It's an undersea city. There you go. Atlantis. The Blizzard art team have always been crazy good. Always. Going all the way back to Warcraft 2. Arguably 1, but definitely 2. I have argued many times that even Warcraft 1 actually had good sprite work for the time. It hasn't aged well. There's a lot of humanoid skeletons here. And they're all impaled by Naga weapons. And what's with all the seaweed? Do you see that? Why is there so much seaweed here? All around you lie the remnants of a fierce battle. The Naga skeletons are no surprise, but the weapons and remains of their apparent opponents are more unexpected. Amidst the bones, you spot a strangely prominent piece of metal jutting out of one of the skulls. It's difficult to tell what sort of weapon it might have once been, but it stands out sufficiently to prompt you to retrieve it as evidence. Huh. Weird. By the way, notice once again the amazing quest flow. I know I've kind of stopped talking about quest flow, but you get a quest to go scout these 3 areas. While you're in one of the areas, you see an exclamation mark. That gives you the MSQ quest, the thing that's going to be pushing the narrative forward. Because if you've been paying attention, there's a lot of question marks in Vashj'ir so far. What are the Naga actually doing here? Why are they here in particular? And what the hell led to the situation? Why haven't they just completely counterattacked us? In fact, given the Naga forces on display, why haven't they just swept over us? Surely they have the numbers, right?
You need something? See you later. Have a good one. See you later.
The remains you describe sounds like sea Vrykul that we encountered in Northrend. I highly doubt we'll be striking any alliances with their sword, no matter the cause, but this might prove useful in the future. I will think on it if time permits. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Safe travels.
So, the Draenei literally runs over to us. Can I see that sword, would you? I could feel its power radiating from the other side of the cave.
May the light embrace you.
The shard you recovered looks to be of Naga origin. I'd hoped to find a strong focal point like this for a spell I've been working on that allows a glimpse into the past. I've enchanted the blade, but you'll have to take it to the place where you found it, and then use it on the blade. Perhaps we can uncover more about what the Naga are doing here.
Seek the path of the light.
Alright, let's see what we got then. See you later, Robostall. If you've been paying attention, by the way, the last few quests have been mostly breather quests. Normally I would call them filler, but they're very definitely there to give us a pause in the narrative. If you follow how the narrative's been going so far, there's a definite ebb and flow to the pacing of it. We started off up here, drowning, with tons and tons of shipwrecks, excuse me. Okay, so we get a few things, get ourselves set up, alright, get some defenses going, fail at getting the defensive going, and fail at defending, at which point we are captured. We barely managed to survive that incident, thanks solely to the fact that one of the people actually managed to send a distress call earlier. Okay, so then we have another, okay, we're kind of falling on the back front again. We're going to try and find whatever survivors exist from that particular attack, do what we can in this area, and try to move on. As we do, we enter into another hovel, which the Naga then attack while we're in a vision. That attack leads us to fleeing again into the Shimmering Expanse. Then we have our breather section, mostly just recovering and dealing with the essentials. Yeah, exactly, J. Palmer. Trying to get food, trying to get literal warmth, to dry out our clothes and stuff, and trying to make sure that we're taking care of nearby things. As we're doing so, we find out that there's some strange things going on inside of that giant creature nearby. That led to the Nispira section. Bit more of an intense thing, but a big victory, a big win for us. So we take that win and we move forward and we establish a new base camp, which is in the Tranquil Wash. While we're here scouting out the area, we see a city which is infested with Naga. We're not sure what they're up to. Which leads us to this section.
I could hear the sound of your trident breaking from the gardens. The skulls of these Kvaldir are as strong as rock.
A single prong, hardly enough to stop me from slaughtering hundreds more.
Indeed, I doubt much would.
So yes, we are now playing as a Naga. Playable Naga! We finally managed it. A nice little detail. Our trident does actually have the chunk ripped out of it. The very chunk we're using to protect this vision. There's no shortage of Kvaldir to slaughter. They're obviously still reeling from our assault. The city's been desolate for so long, I doubt they expected any Naga to contest them here. There have been no reports of their leader. I'm sure the culling them further will force the cowarders ahead soon enough. Shall we continue? So, obviously, because good quest design, the Naga has a fast move speed and obviously doesn't have to worry about air. We start off with only 2 abilities. One hits like a truck, the other yanks us to a target. Which also hits like a truck, unfortunately, so we're not actually going to yank. This is intended to be something of a hyper beam section. I should probably mention that this person we're playing as right now was originally intended to be a raid boss. You know, in the raid that never happened. So as you can see, in the past, the Kvaldir actually had ownership of this city, which we are trying to claim from them as the Naga. Ha! Seems you were right. That broken trident serves you just fine. I suppose I don't get to see you clawing to death today after all. The revered lady sent word for you. She awaits you at the far end of the gardens. If you feel the need to mention the heroic exploits of your faithful battle brother, please don't hold back. I won't take your admiration of me as weakness. I'll hold you up no longer. Lady awaits. Right, okay. So I can't show you it properly because of HUD design. That's my fault, not the game's fault. But the longer we move out of combat, the faster we move. Just a small little thing to make traversal a bit easier. Basically trying to emulate the seahorse on the Naga. So here's Lady Najjar. Remember that face and name. It's going to come up. Ah, my battle maiden. You've come to me. The warrior caste whispers nothing but your victories on the battlefield, and we've only just begun our assault to take the city. You have served me proud thus far. May the Queen favor you so you might continue to do more of the same. Fathom Lord Zinjatar sent word the Kvaldir leader has shown himself. I would like you to make your way to the far end of the terrace above us in the ruins of Narshola. Kill any Kvaldir that stand in your path on the terrace. We want the echoes of this defeat to ring in their minds so they dare not return to defeat our purpose here. Your devotion does not go unnoticed, my battle maiden. Go knowing you have my blessing. We now have a new ability. Oh, and a side quest. My lady, I have a request from the High Priestess that I am to pass to you. Many of the city's defenses remain from long before it sunk beneath the waves, and some of them are but a trivial task to reactivate, were it not for the countless Kvaldir in our way. We are told you would be fighting on the terrace above us. You would do the lady a great service if you would touch some of the devices as you pass. Your noble blood should be more than sufficient to reactivate them. Oh, and of course these wards are active when we come here in the present. Time to horribly murder Kvaldir. Like you do. I do kind of love the idea that they were losing the battle against the Kvaldir, which, by the way, for the record, they totally were. Yes, I plan to stream, Yura. Oh, you mean like at midnight? No, I'm old. I don't stay up late anymore. I go to bed at like 1. On average. Then our Shola wards are performing perfectly. I will inform the Mistress of Tides of your aid immediately. Thank you for your assistance. Let's see, when is that? I guess that's tomorrow night, so that's a Tuesday. I don't know what I'll be doing. Oh, no. I'll be having an extremely hot date with my extremely real Canadian girlfriend. I will teleport. That's too unbelievable. I'll do a Zoom call? No, nobody uses Zoom. I'll do a Discord call with my extremely real Canadian girlfriend. How's that sound? No, Elazar. It is good of you to join me, Battle Maiden. The echoes of your combat graced your approach. It was a beautiful sound to behold. The Kvaldir leader has shown his rotting, ugly face but a short swim from here. Kill him now, and the Kvaldir occupation of our once beloved city will be ended. Beware, he is no weakling. He has some Kvaldir at his command, and some witches have been dispatched. This used to be a really hard fight, but thanks to scaling, it isn't. I'm actually sad about that. This used to be a really cool fight. That, you know, you had to actually try it. Now we're just going to one-shot everything, because it's a vehicle quest, and vehicles scale differently. Yes, Quebec will melt from the passion. Is it snowing up there right now? I don't even know. But yeah, you had like these ads that are, you know, friendly ads that will work with you to debuff him, and so you were encouraged to keep them alive because they all put this debuff up. It was cool. We're just gonna one-shot him now. The Kvaldir general crumbles to the ground, defeated. With this, the ruins of Vashj'ir have been claimed for the Lady Najjar. Her ultimate goals remain uncertain, but it remains clear the Naga came here with purpose. If only it could continue. You are sure the answers to defeating the Naga lie with the vision, but the magics are fading, and you're losing your connection to the past. Welcome back. That took longer than expected. Okay, I hate to point this out, but this is actually a critical story point. As we were in the vision in the past, time was moving forward 1-to-1. In other words, if we spent an hour in the vision of the past, an hour passes in the present. Remember that. That's actually going to come up.
Blessings upon you.
A battle maiden. Never heard of such a thing. The way you explain it, it sounds like the Naga forces are far greater in scope than the Admiral could have possibly realized. We might be able to learn more through the Blade if we find other locations, but the information you gave me makes me fear for the Admiral and his soldiers. We must warn them.
May your days be long.
The Admiral used the information you gathered to make a forward post under the terrace to the west. He's been preparing there for some kind of attack against the Naga. You should go to him immediately and inform him of the scope of what you witnessed. Our force is small, and I fear for our soldiers if we charge too recklessly.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
How long ago those visions were? I'd say a couple of days, tops. It's indicated that it's a very short period of time. In fact, actually, I would say so, yeah, Yura. I would say they actually specifically mentioned something about how the initial fleet was sent out here X amount of time ago. And considering the Naga knocked that fleet over, these events would then be like right before that. So a week, maybe 2, tops. Sure. How about welcome back? That took longer than expected. Did you learn anything useful? Would be the first indicator to begin with. The second indicator will be a lot more obvious.
How are you?
Good to see you again, Warlock. Almost thought we'd lost you to a Wave Speaker's fool errand. Speaking of which, plus to gameplay. Sorry, almost forgot to give that plus to gameplay. Okay, so.
Have a good one.
I see. The news you bring is grim, but I was not entirely unprepared for such possibilities. Without any effective scouting of Naga numbers, I knew our plan was risky. But that's why we established this forward post. Let me put to you plainly, if we do not keep the Naga off balance, they'll bring the fight to us. We do not have the structures or men to mount a defense. That's not an option. We need more time. Can you thin their numbers?
See you around.
Sure. What do you say, Captain Taylor?
King's honor, friend.
I've overheard your conversation with the Admiral. I know what we're doing here sounds insane, but we really don't have a choice. There are people in that cave that are depending on us. Yeah. I've stationed lookouts. They're burning ammo fast on these scattered Naga scouts. Can you bring them extra crossbow bolts?
For the Alliance.
What is this, Half-Life?
Hello.
Where's this stupid quest? I'm staring right at it. Where is it? Where is it? There it is.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello. I've been scrambling to prepare for the Admiral's assault. He's got high hopes and high plans to blow all kinds of things sky high. Or water high? Blowing things high takes explosives. I don't have explosives. It's saddening. Very saddening. I've been properly inspired to improvise, though, and the solution has become apparent. The bulbs contain a surprising amount of volatile gas. Maybe you can gather some for me?
Be seeing you.
Oh, yeah, by the way, small little bit of visual storytelling bit I like. It's this barrier. There's literally the airy barrier totem right there that is maintaining the air bubble inside of this room so that they can have a pocket of air. Because as soon as we go out, we're right back into water. Yeah, lovely little detail there. There's a lot of details in these zones. I don't know if the other zones are going to be like this, but Vashj'ir definitely. I'm almost sad we're doing Vashj'ir first, because it's one of the better zones. But I am trying to follow a little bit of narrative order, and Vashj'ir so logically follows through on the events of most of the New World stuff, and Vashj'ir leads almost directly into Oldham in a weird way. You might think, well, why do Hyjal last? Well, because Hyjal leads directly into the Firelands, and the Firelands is one of the last raids of Cataclysm, so it makes sense to me that to do it pretty much last. Sorry, Pillars of Snow. Sorry. We're still in Vashj'ir. Don't worry, we're going to finish it today, 100%. So when do I feel like magic needs to be explained versus when we get too much information and we have something bad like blood midichlorians? So I don't think there's such a thing as over-explaining magic, nor do I think there's such a thing as getting too much information about magic. That isn't the problem with midichlorians. The problem is midichlorians are stupid. If I decided to give a full, in-depth, detailed explanation to you about how magic is being created by tiny little butterflies that are slowly flying in and out of the resources that are being manipulated by the magic, and those butterflies all have different elements. For example, mayonnaise butterflies, mustard butterflies, Occasionally you have a ranch butterfly. Those are kind of weird. Nobody really likes those. It doesn't matter how much information I give you on. It's stupid. Apparently I have to come up with something even more stupid, Act. I don't know how it's physically possibly more stupid than condiment butterflies that create magic, though. I'd have to really think about that. Okay, I've got it, okay? Quantum! No, so why do people dislike Vashj'ir? I actually have no idea. Or rather, I know exactly why, but it's presumptive, not specific. So, if anybody here doesn't like Vashj'ir, feel free to tell me why. I know why Pillars of Snow doesn't like Vashj'ir. It's because they can't look at it. It's like, ah! And that's understandable. My presumptive reasons why people don't like Vashj'ir are twofold. Number one, it's pretty buggy. Vashj'ir has always, since its very launch, been buggy. And that is what it is, you know? Bragwin is like right behind me in quests and is already seeing bugs that I didn't see. And I've been seeing bugs this particular playthrough, although no new bugs so far. I'm kind of sad about that. See the frickin' intro. Oh, and the second problem would be the 3D space. It's not really much of an issue for us because we are a caster, but speaking as someone who did this as a warrior, when it first started, yeah, no, being a melee in here is definitely a thing. You kind of have to get used to it, and there's no other way to put that. I'm going to admit that I don't have any particular issues navigating a 3D space. And even I have issues navigating a 3D space. I can't even imagine for people who, do have issues navigating a 3D space.
Greetings. You need something?
That's because Stormblood, and I'm going to be as nice about this as I possibly can be, didn't have any underwater sections. No, really. Like, Stormblood had an underwater zone, but everything in there was still on the surface. So when you were underwater, you were just down here doing this kind of a thing, right? And that's it. And then you'd swim up and then take off and then fly off, or ride off as the case may be. But there was no real underwater navigation. Now, there's an understandable reason by that. Human beings do have difficulty navigating 3D space. That's a biological thing, right? So this is still WoW's fault for making an entire zone that is a 3D zone. FF14 navigated that problem by avoiding it entirely. Thought defines reality. As long as there's rules, Gum, I don't care.
Hey!
Tick-tock, tick-tock. I was in such a hurry. No time for innovation. What I wouldn't give to be in a lab again.
Off and away!
Oh, you're brave indeed. I've seen you battling all kind of Murloc, Naga, and pointy-toothed fish, but that was nothing. The way you just sling those kelp bulbs in your arm is a whole kind of fearless. You could have blown up at any second. You're my kind of gnome.
Alrighty then.
No, I would say Kim is a bad example. Or rather, an example of bad. So I guess a good example of bad. And yes, I'm with Raguchi. Guild Wars 2 is like, here's an underwater section, and we're done. From what I have heard, one of the biggest reasons why Guild Wars 2 walked away from underwater sections is because players complained about navigating a 3D space. Anyways, actually, I got another anecdote for you. Star Trek Online, when it launched, actually was fully 3D. As in, you could fully navigate in 3D. Players hated it. And constantly gave negative feedback about that, so they changed it to the current method, which is essentially 2D, like a disc, right? Sure, you can go up and down, but it's like this, right? And for the most part, it's still just a 2D plane.
Hey there.
More Naga are amassing to the south than reported too, it seems. We'll have to move quickly.
Have a good one.
I will not explain that, Gum Gum. Go watch the Elder Scrolls lore run. You are perhaps the most dependable person I've ever met. I wish I could have half my men as thorough as you. Thank you.
Go with honor, friend.
Good day to you.
We have everything we need to begin the attack. If your claims are correct, you would do well to make sure you cling tight to your mount as we make the attack. Anyone caught in the open water isn't likely to outswim a Naga. Kill as many as you can while we make the attack run and rendezvous on the broken ledge. Hopefully by the time we get there we'll have enough explosives so we can finish them off the old-fashioned way.
See you later.
Alright, let's do it. As for how I'd change it, that's easy. Write it better. Yeah, that's probably Elite Dangerous, honestly, Earth. There's actually a few flight space sims which are fully 3D. Oh, you know what? Descent. There's an example. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie. They had to do a lot of tricks to make it so that players can navigate Descent. Speaking of Descent, don't think about it. Don't think about it. What's down there? Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. I was going to bring up, like, TIE Fighter, X-Wing, X-Wing Alliance, but honestly, those games can have 3D, but they don't necessarily have 3D. And if you ever look at the maps in a map editor, you'll notice that all the design of the ships and where they spawn in is all on a 2D plane. So that's kind of a gray area. Probably Lunaris, but then again, well, actually, you know what? I'm going to take that back. I disagree with myself. Probably not.
What can I do for you?
You did great up there. You devastated the ranks, but there's more than we accounted for. Most of our men went down to lift the masses of the Naga. We need to hold this position as long as time. Hopefully hopefully others will make it to the rendezvous.
Safe travels.
Vicious Louds. They did a lot of damage with those spears. He winces as he clutches a wound on his side. We'll hold here as long as we can. I need someone to scout their numbers, see how much damage we did. One of the biggest groups of them was from around the corner of the northwest portion. Up for some scouting?
See you around.
Need help?
That was a disaster. Most of our men went down to spears before making it anywhere near the rendezvous. We're only going to be able to hold this position for so long before they overrun us. We need to get out there and save as many as we can. As many of our men as we can. Hurry. Yeah, so that was our big counterattack against the Naga. And while we are doing okay, the group we're with in general failed. So...
what can I do for you?
So if you get down to it, every fiction is BS. It's an argument I don't agree with, but we can just move past that immediately. So when does magic explanation go too far, in my opinion? It doesn't. There's no such thing as explaining magic too far, as I already said. Invalid qualifier.
Hello. May the stars guide you.
The only thing that matters is if you did it well or not. LF14, which is a very fantastical setting, is very, very explained. Alright, who killed my bot? Who killed my bot? It was Elizar! I knew it. It actually was. You killed my bot, Elizar. Why you do this to me?
Hey there. See you later.
Okay, So, to finish answering Linnea question, there's this trend I've noticed. Now, this is presumptive. This is based on analysis, not fact. But there's this trend I've noticed where gaming companies will only ever declare, mostly publishers, will only ever declare and greenlight projects that they know will be successful.
For the Alliance.
There are some exceptions to that, of course, and most of those exceptions are the things that move the industry forward. But for the most part, the big gaming companies, the big gaming publishers, they want the safe bets. Make sense? Yes, actually, Spartan. And hopefully I will get a group for Throne of Tides when we get there, knock on wood. You've probably got another 40 minutes, I'd say. Yeah, duh, right?
Can I help you?
Now, that makes perfect sense, which is, of course, why it's one of the dumbest things possible. If you actually think about that for more than half a second, you'll process why that's a really, really dumb mentality. But that's not relevant. We're not here to discuss whether it's dumb or not. The relevant point is that gaming publishers also tend to decide what's popular. RTSs are actually a pretty good example of that, but RPGs themselves also qualify. Did that not count? In other words, a gaming company will just say, oh yeah, such and such isn't popular and therefore isn't worth putting time and attention to. And they won't really have any backing to back that up. They will then not support that particular genre, and as doing so, they will push down its popularity. We have seen this for dozens of genres over the years, where specific genres of games dip in and out of popularity, not because, you know, they're not popular or niche or whatever, but solely because of the fact that the developers decided, or excuse me, the publishers decided to support or not support that genre anymore. I mean, you remember when FPSs were on a huge boom and then went down, and then went a huge boom and then went down. That was pushed. Exactly, just know. This is, of course, relevant to me because there's two genres which publishers have declared as dead for a very long time. The games like Wing Commander, and, of course, RTSs is the other big one. Yeah, Mega Man, remember, Mega Man 11 is the best-selling Mega Man game of all time. But Capcom has backed off from doing Mega Man because they're only interested in the things that are popular, which is Resident Evil, Street Fighter, and Monster Hunter.
You need something?
Still so many. They must want something very important to come here in such numbers. I'll be honest with you, Zuma, because you deserve that at least. I don't know how much hope there is. We will retreat shortly, but won't be able to defend ourselves when they strike back. We don't have anywhere to run. We're running out of options. I'm sorry, I should keep such thoughts to myself. Do me a favor, don't mention that to the men. I'll figure something out.
See you later.
What can I do for you? For the Alliance?
Oops, I messed up. Oh yeah, no. We are still very, very, very much on the back foot here. That's never really going to change, actually. It could be Linearuth. Lord knows Star Wars Squadron's story was so terrible I came up with an entirely new term just to describe how terrible it was. That's not funny. And yeah, I know a lot of people think that you can over-explain magic. I have nothing to add to that. Have we started the main narrative? We are firmly in MSQ territory, Blitchball. We have been this whole zone.
Kronakai Christor.
Look, I know this is asking a lot at a time like this, but I need you to tear yourself away from this defeat for a moment. I'll tend to the soldiers. You need to find the location of the battle with the Kvaldir General. You should be able to glimpse more of the Battle Maiden's experiences. I have a strong feeling the key to defeating the Naga lies with that Battle Maiden.
Favor the road traveled by few.
Why are the Naga so strong in lore? Well, right now we're still firmly in the middle of a mystery, Blade-Ball, so that's not necessarily a bad thing. All we know right now, if you are actually paying attention and following the narrative, is that the Naga have absolutely been knocking over fleets of both the Horde and Alliance in this zone. They then enslave people, and then go force them to work in trying to subvert the local Loa. But we're not sure why the Naga have moved into this area in such numbers, what they're after, or what they're doing. The main thing we know is that when they first showed up, which was about a week ago, they found a whole bunch of Kvaldir who were claiming the area, and we were about to learn a little bit more about that. The Kvaldir have been purged from the city. Now we can begin preparations. Lady Syracuse has begun preparations for the ritual of summoning, but the crucible has been stolen from us. The Kvaldir are surely taking it with them as they retreated to shallower waters. Speak to the caste leaders to secure a war party, and then head and lead them in retrieving the artifact. I trust you, my battle maiden, for you have never failed any task I have given you. As I am revered to the Queen, so are you revered to me. Go with my blessings. Veiled threats. We're walking. And yeah, in Frozen Throne, the literal Naga units were actually overpowered. And that was by design because of mission design. So, shrug. Whether they are strong in lore, that's a little more debatable. Excuse me. Okay. We'll have warriors, hunters, priestesses. Let's do this. I mean, I suppose you could say that them knocking out an entire fleet, or more accurately, 2 fleets, is pretty overpowered. But honestly, that just tracks for me. If 2 fleets show up and start fighting each other in an area, and then a third enemy they didn't even know was there suddenly shows up out of nowhere and starts doing sneak attacks on them, then yeah, it makes sense that that third force would knock over those fleets, whether they're overpowered or not. To me, anyways. Reinforcements have begun to circle the waters, preparing for the attack. They await only your lead. I know that you, like our revered lady, have an unfortunate streak of mercy you succumb to at times. I would advise against such kindness this day. The Kvaldir are proud, and they will strike back if we do not cripple them completely. Kill all that you find. Sadly, I have the inglorious task of making sure none return to the city. So you go have all the fun. I'll cheer you on, of course. Our revered lady has sent me to aid you in your task. She wants you to retrieve the stolen crucible of Vashj'ir and bring it back here as soon as you can. She grows impatient to start the ritual of summoning, so we might fully begin our preparations for war. So, if you're paying attention to that, this whole thing with the Kvaldir is not what they're here for. They haven't even actually begun preparations for the war yet. So, what are they really here for? I mean, I do kind of see your point on that, Loke. And again, I'm not even really going to contest it that much. I just don't think they're superpower level. That's all. As pointed out earlier, they are elves empowered by an old god. Although, as of the modern era, they've lost that empowerment. Wah, wah. Yasharaj, by all accounts, probably could, J. Palmer. He was the big boy. So if anybody could do it, it would have been him. No, Evo. Also true, Blade Chaval. We're playing in home turf here. The High Shaman are in the buildings nearby, chanting and taunting, but not daring approach me. These Kvaldir find their courage and strength only in the mist. They're a pitiful nuisance beneath the waves. I came bearing a message. If your ladyship has the time, bring a shaman to my feet so I might deliver this message. See, that's kind of why I did end up agreeing with Loke, at least a little bit. Because, like, the Naga would probably have a very easy time dominating most of the oceans. Again, them knocking over those two fleets I just mentioned is partially indicative of that, right? Although, they did cheat with that. Have you been paying attention? Because I know it wasn't on camera, but the thing that they used to knock over the fleet, specifically, was a Kraken. And if you've been paying any kind of attention, there has been no Kraken in this entire zone since then. Oh, this actually works, because this might not. There we go. Let this be a lesson to all Kvaldir. You are weak. Facing a Shara brings only death. Slink back to your pathetic mist. Return and we will slaughter every last one of you. Message delivered. However, I notice I didn't get credit for that. Yeah, no. Like, the Naga would have absolutely no idea how to deal with, like, one of our airships. They'd be like, I got the... Oh. Oh, whatever. Let's go home. Okay, I'm going to try that one more time. Oh, what do you want about I have to poke him? There we go. Poked. Okay, he's poked. Didn't kill him with the poke, so we're good, we're good. Let's see. So we killed Yogg-Saron in his prison. There we go. Also true, Blade Chaval. That's the catalyst, right? That's the dragon problem, as I like to think of that. The dragon's all impressive, but, like, it's up there. So, message delivered. So Yogg was building up his power for quite a while. Cthulhu was still firmly sealed, so I'll give you that one. N'Zoth is probably the single strongest one we take out. We take him out in his realm at the height of his power. And he'd been active for millennia before we took him down. As opposed to the other two, which were much more recent, so... And that makes sense, right? Because N'Zoth is the last one in the timeline we take out, and we're the strongest by the time we take out N'Zoth. So, okay, yeah, that tracks. The Mon Calamari. Gum gum. Well done, my battle maiden. This crucible will serve as a font of power for our summoning ritual. With it, Syracuse will beckon our allies from the depths to bolster our already swelling forces. No one slipped through the bridge. Not one. It was very boring. I'd appreciate if you shared a little next time. With every day, more warriors arrive at Ashara's command. Soon Neptulon, the Tide Hunter, will hear of our preparations, but too late to stop what we have set in motion. Our numbers will be too great, our allies too powerful. Victory is only a matter of time. In Ashara's name. Oh, Trade Baron Naga sounds really cool to me, actually. Yeah, probably Pillars of Snow. Yeah, I know a lot of people are like, oh man, the old gods are totally still around. Allow me to formally say, please don't pull that trigger. Come on, let us have those victories. Come on, come on. So, 2 Alliance volunteers, small bit of visual storytelling here, are just here helping hold the line while we've been unconscious this whole time. Remember, time passes while we're in the vision.
May the light.
Oh, you finished! Just in time. I don't think we could have held much longer. An artifact. Could this be something we could use against the Naga? I suppose that would require finding it. We may have more to attend. We have more pressing matters to attend to first. Wait until an opportunity pursues it in the future. Yeah, let's get out of here.
Seek the path of the light.
You'll have to catch up more later. Right now, we need to get out there before more Naga push in. Make your way back to the forward post. Take my seahorse. Okay.
Remain vigilant.
N'Zoth is probably the only one I would be okay with surviving. Hang on. Loke says, you're dumb, lore. You're stupid. I hate you. So they attacked while you were gone. The Admiral didn't make it. The rest retreated to the cave. You should do the same. So I'm actually going to give that its own little positive there. That's a great moment. While we were in that vision, the Naga attacked and completely wiped out our forward post. The Admiral, you know, the quest giver who's been giving his quest this whole time, yeah, he's dead. We spend a lot of Vashj'ir on retreating. This is probably the most literal example of that. We actually withdraw from a forward post, from a quest hub, and have to actually return to a previous one.
King's honor, friend.
You made it. After the attack of the forward post, I thought we might be the only ones left. I'm very glad to see you.
Be careful.
Jorlin and Hexascrub left to find a way to contact help. The trade lanes aren't far. There's a chance of success, but I'm worried to let anyone get their hopes up. In truth, we don't have any other options. We're not going to last much longer here. The Naga will find us eventually, and you saw how many of them there were. You should go to the 2 on the ridge to the southeast. I'll keep everyone safe as long as I can.
Go with honor, friend.
Yeah, this kind of a quest design would actually have been impossible prior to Kata. They just needed the extra tech to be able to pull off this kind of stuff. And this kind of MSQ-centric story was just unfeasible. Aw, see you around, Devo. I am sorry that it is raining. Stay safe, stay dry. Look, if I could stay dry underwater... Yeah, fighting Naga underwater is a terrible prospect. Anyway, so... we never kill any of the big boys in our own game. On our own in the game. Every big fight we've had help. What do you think about that? I think I pointed that out during the Warcraft series, actually, because we had help during the Kill Jaden fight, right? We had help during the Lich King fight, the second Lich King fight. And we have quite a bit of help during the Deathwing fight. But you know who we don't have help on? Lei Shen. I know that's a weird one to point out, but think for a moment about how powerful Lei Shen is in lore. He is an extremely skilled and talented Mogu. Mogu are already high tier. They're maxed out stats species because they were built that way. So the Mogu are very high tier. He was a very skilled, powerful warrior mage, and he was pumping with the energy of a keeper and a titan. Yeah, Lei Shen was a total death machine, and he's the first thing we managed to knock over on our own, right? The first one we go after without having some kind of backing. So it takes all the way till Pandaria before we can finally start standing on our own 2 feet, which makes sense. You know, we've always been kind of, adventurers who kind of develop into heroes as the game progresses. Interestingly enough, we also take on Garrosh that way, but Garrosh isn't nearly as high tier as Lei Shen was, even with the empowerment. Hell, there's a reason the first phase of the Garrosh fight is just tons and tons and tons of ads while giant bombs are going off, right? Because he's a guy with an axe, you know? Anyways.
Can I help you?
Impeccable timing. Like clockwork. Trouble comes, you come. Save the day. Clockwork. We've devised our brilliant plan. Gloriously simple, barring the hostility of local life. Simpler yet, with you available.
You have a great day now.
Okay.
All righty.
We must always come prepared. Prepared with gear, prepared with plans, prepared with gear plans. All the ships of the Alliance fleet stow a survival kit. A lot of our tools came from a survival kit. My balloon came from a survival kit, but now it's gone. I need another survival kit. There's a ship to the southeast-ish. Let's hope that the survivors were dumb and didn't take the survival kit, so more survival kit for us!
Off and away.
Uh-huh.
Be seeing you.
Survival kits never have any rope. It makes no sense. No sense at all. I bet the Kvaldir have rope. Why wouldn't you put rope? Why wouldn't you put rope in a survival kit on a ship?
You have a great day now.
Exascrub came out here with a balloon of some sort that he retrieved from one of our ships. He tried to float to the top, but those stupid scroungers came out of nowhere and swarmed the thing. He's got an eye for another balloon, but we need to make sure the past doesn't repeat itself. I need to kill off those gill goblins, or at least make them wary of us.
Have a good one.
Hi, how are you?
Let's see. How many times did we see survival? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times. Yeah, the second Lich King straight up killed us. It's a little bit of a cheat. I gave a negative to that, but it's still true. We lost the fight against the second Lich King. Some people tend to forget that. Gilblins are just goblins who are underwater. I don't know what they came from. Nobody knows what they came from. Someone in chat, I know what they came from! Eh. Isn't it intended that more than just one of the PCs in those fight? Yes? I don't quite understand that question, Load. When I say we, I'm not speaking, like, hyperbolically. Warcraft has always had a group. It's not like FF14, where in a fairly large number of the raid fights, we are canonically by ourselves. In Warcraft, canonically, we have always had a team. That's one of the actually major distinctions between WoW and FF14, is that in FF14, we are the main character. And in WoW, we share main character status with however many it is. I forget the number. It's like 12 other people, 13 other people, something like that. Oh, that would make sense, Five. Also true, Bregwin. Star Destroyer and all that. WoW's gotten a lot better about allowing us to actually take credit for things. The last time they were really bad about that was Circa Wrath. Because there was this really irritating problem, which I've already pointed out several times, where NPCs would take credit for our victories, and it's like, guys... They don't do that anymore. you. Anyways, even the devs have flat out admitted that that was a mistake. And that's rare. Yeah, the WoW PCs are certainly strong, to be very clear. We are high-tier units. We are hero units in an RTS. But anybody will tell you, even with proper micro, a hero unit can only do so much by themselves. You need that rest of that army there. One of the things I've always regretted a little bit, and they will never do at this point, but the format I wanted WoW to have originally was essentially pretty similar to what we actually have in Warcraft 3 with hero units. Hear me out for a second. The idea being, and this is already in my head because Guild Wars 1 already existed, so like I already had the concept from Guild Wars 1, that you would have a squad, right? And that squad is essentially always with you. And you can customize that squad, you can set up that squad, and you can change how they go. And so you actually have people backing you and supporting you. Maybe do some racial stuff with that, maybe do some class stuff with that, maybe some customization stuff like that. You get the general idea. Now, nowadays, they actually have the tech and resources to make something like that work. That was completely infeasible back in 2004, I will admit that. That's what I wanted. Was because it made sense to me that we were the hero unit of our particular squad, of our group, of our platoon. And yeah, they've actually dipped their toes into this several times in WoW. I've even pointed it out as we've been going. This very expansion, how many zones have we had where we have a squad of people roaming around helping us to do our quests? Like the Gob squad over in Ashara. Or the undead jackasses over in Silverpine. And yeah, the Centaur quest over in Desolus. And we just recently saw that with, was it Searing Gorge? We just saw that. Oh, it was the Badlands. That's right. It was the Badlands with the trio of the dwarves. Yeah, the Lost Vikings. So they've dipped their toes into this concept several times. And again, I'm with it, because that's Warcraft. Warcraft has always been an RTS, whereas FF has always been an RPG. It makes more sense that you have a much smaller party in an FF game, whereas in Warcraft you want to have, you know, a unit. A platoon. Yeah, I'd love it if they really delve into this, but in the interest of fairness, they're kind of going that way. The follower concept is really, really good. And they have been expanding on the followers concept. They haven't been sitting on their laurels on that. All of the dungeons in War Within also have follower capacity. And one boss of the raid, which isn't much, but that is a step forwards. So I am legitimately hopeful that they are going to push that. We'll see. Now this is when Blade Taval jumps in and says, that just sounds like FF11. I was actually thinking about that. I don't know exactly how the squad works in FF11, because I know FF11 doesn't do like instancing or dungeoning the same way anything else does. So I'm not sure how that actually maps out, but it would be interesting. As I've pointed out several times, Kata wasn't really big on, let's call it cross-zone characters. Like in this very zone, we've actually had several characters that I would consider memorable and interesting, but most of them are confined to this zone. Someone like Captain Taylor is actually kind of an exception, because we'll be seeing several of him in the future. And Nazgrim, if you're playing on the Horde. I get what you mean. It's kind of the difference. It's kind of the difference between each individual member of a party getting a story positive versus the party as a whole getting a story positive. It's why I call that supporting cast. It's because it's just kind of a general positive for the supporting cast, as opposed to this is a good character and that's a good character. Speaking of which.
Hey! Be seeing you.
A whole box of amazing. That's what it is. I need more amazing in my life. Don't worry. I'll share. You'd think rope would be a useful addition. Let's see. Flare gun, balloon. No rope. Never any rope. Terribly impractical, if you ask me. Rope should be mandatory. Yeah.
You have a great day now. Alrighty then.
The rope ties the whole plan together.
Off and away.
Oh, this is great. I love it. Yeah, was this stuff braided with hair? It doesn't matter. Almost done. This thing will be ready with the twist of a rope.
Alrighty then.
Less gilblins is good. I'm glad they're so primitive. I don't think I'd want to be dealing with a race of aquatic tech freaks right now. Don't say that out loud.
Be seeing you.
All done. I am confident it'll work, and not a scrounger in sight to pop a hole in it. Fortuitous. Jorlin already swam up to catch it. Swam up and stopped to wait for it. Said he'd like you to do the honors. He's nice like that. Get to the top with the balloon. Use the flare gun. Scan the horizon for any Alliance ships. Swim, float, flare, rescue.
You have a great
That
day
last
now.
part's my favorite.
Pleased to meet you.
Wait, what are you doing to me? Where's the balloon? Oh, I have to actually use it, don't I? No?
My, you're a tall one.
Oh, I just... Okay. Sorry, we're not at that step yet. My bad. Yeah, trust are a gameplay conceit. I can see Westfall from here. Oh, fresh air. By the lights, I missed it. We have some ships in sight just to the north. Hey, check it out. You know, don't think about it. Don't think about it. There's no way they'll miss that, cannon fire or not. All right. They'll probably send a skiff over, which may take a bit. I'm going to stay here to make contact. You go back to the cave. Let them know rescue is on the way.
For the Alliance.
Oh, I have no real opinion on that gum. It's all gravy. As long as I got my guns. Which I totally, actually, really have. I know I'm alone in this, but I still think more MMOs should approach their main character, from the perspective of a single-player game. Just make them a character. Make them Geralt, make them Cecil. Make them, whatever. And then write them into the narrative rather than having them be adjacent, watching the narrative. I know I've said that for years. That applies to FF14 just as much as it does to WoW. We rarely get a chance to have any character in WoW.
Greetings.
Oh, this is the best news I've heard in what feels like an eternity. We'll get the survivors moving over to the surface as soon as possible. Perhaps we can forget this whole nightmare ever happened. Yep, things are looking good. You know what that means? I'm not sure there's anything I can do to ever repay you for all you've managed to accomplish in this ocean, but I'll try to find a way. You should consider meeting us at the ships later when you said your goodbye to the Naga.
Light bless you.
Open your heart to the light.
What you told me of the Naga before has plagued my mind. Who are these allies they're summoning? Do they really think they can defeat the Tidehunter? Escaping this cave brings a degree of relief, but our purpose remains. I'm hoping you will be willing to seek answers one last time. There's only one place I can think of where they have taken the artifact. It's sure to be well guarded. Proceed carefully.
Dionysaka.
Oh, that's cool, Asmiristar. One of my favorite little tidbits is actually also in BFA. Or I don't know, I said also, but it's in BFA. And it's when you go to Vol'dun. And it's actually dependent on the character you're on and what they've done. And the character says, "Who are you?" And you can give a different answer depending on what you choose to pick there. It's a really, really minor thing, but it's a nice little tidbit. Also, when we get to Shadowlands, there's several characters who are going to directly react to things, depending on what we've done on the character we're talking to them on. So that's cool, too. Ugh, that is a valid point, Trihexia. And after all, the devs are the real reason why the war began. Let's just be honest with ourselves. The Kvaldir have returned to take the city back from us. They'll need you outside. You carry with you the word and will of Our Lady. Might I ask a favor? I need Fathom Caller Ajrazar and my Tide Priestesses to return so we can begin the ritual. Can you carry my will to them as such? You should find them spread on the temple. Battle Maiden. Find my honor guard on the fields of battle and relieve them of their foes. I need them to return to guard the priestesses immediately. So, interesting small little tidbit here. Even the Naga are kind of on the back foot here. Because the Kvaldir have attacked in force. So, of course, the Naga decide to pull back into a defensive position to do this mysterious ritual they're doing. Yeah, two extremely evil aquatic races killing each other. Thanks for polluting the ocean, guys. Think you can not? No? Okay. How is that polemic, Gumka? I've never been quiet about being very pro-worker. But you're right. 2 weeks off a year is too little. But that's because we're thinking in the wrong direction. Most people who push things like that are thinking of big, broad, sweeping gestures that don't really mean much. Nah. That's true. Kvaldir turned to kelp. What we really need is better work hours and better transportation and better work from home support, along with better general medical care and medical all the benefits. Although that probably shouldn't be provided at the company level. People should have a right to be able to work a job that doesn't kill them to do it. That doesn't burn them out and leave them at the end of the day exhausted, mentally tired, not wanting to deal with anything. And not having to squeeze their money in order to barely afford to do things like eat. They call them starvation wages for a reason. By the way, the new ability I just got is called Soul Devour. Points for what it does, guessing what it does. Okay, in case that wasn't clear, let me give you another demonstration. Delicious souls. Oh yeah, that's another thing. People who literally have physical disabilities as a result of working too long and too hard. Oh no, not big, obvious things like a broken leg. Just little stuff you wouldn't really think about. Like kidneys that don't work quite right. Or recurring headaches. Or maybe back pain. Or maybe issues with their joints. You know, little things that most people don't think about. I mean, hell, imagine having to stand for 8 hours a day. I'm pretty sure most of you don't have to imagine that. Neither do I. You're right, I don't know. I should just be healthier. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking about that. Did I go too far? Nope, I went too far. I literally just overshoot him. Yeah, I did. What? Hey, come here. Excuse me. Ugh. Well done, Battle Maiden. I'll attend to the Eastern Bridge. I need you to attend to the temple itself. The ritual must not be interrupted. That's right. We must accomplish the ritual. It's okay, Savakam. I don't think we're summoning a demon. We don't know. We still don't actually know what this ritual is. The Kvaldir have proved a greater threat than we anticipated, but our plans are not hindered in the least. As our allies arrive, we will have more than sufficient force to usurp the Tidehunter. All that remains is to ensure that the ritual is complete. We're about to begin the ritual of summoning. Slaughter any Kvaldir that enter the temple. It's fine, Savakam. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe. It might be terrible. Good morning, Judo Joker. Yeah, we're almost at New Year's. Anybody else have any plans for New Year's? Like I said, I'm having a totally real date. I don't have any plans tomorrow. I haven't had any New Year's plans in years. They won't, Lita Fairy. Too many players complained for too many reasons, both valid and otherwise. Earlier, I actually specifically asked if anybody doesn't like this zone and why, and quite a few valid reasons were given.
Kvaldir are pouring across the bridge! Battle Maiden! Lady Nazjar calls for you!
Oh, okay, hang on. Get to the bridge quickly. Lady Nazjar and the Fathom Lord should be there with whatever forces remain. Follow Our Lady's direction as always. Hold the bridge until we can complete the ritual. We must complete the ritual. Do you mind? Alright, we got this. We have to hold the bridge against the enemy. Die, monsters. No! Oh, okay, I've eaten too much. Oh, man. Oh, I got the itis now. That was a lot of souls. Ooh. Ugh. Oh, excuse me. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh, no. Okay, we're okay. I should mention, I'm kind of sad that this is as easy as it is. These quests used to be pretty rough. Like, holding off this many mobs for this long was actually mean. Yet there's a reason they give you so many essentially overpowered abilities, two of which are traversal abilities. One's a yank, and the other's a charge. You're probably wondering, why is it so easy now? Well, here's the deal.
The only peace you shall find is in death, Kvaldir!
You know about scaling, but what you might not know about is there is actually a separate layer of scaling. When you're in a vehicle, your item level, specifically your item level, is multiplied. Or rather, the power of your vehicle is multiplied by your item level. So vehicle scaling tends to make any vehicle section with you being much, much stronger than you otherwise should be. Now, there's actually a good reason for that, as awful as that sounds. And it's there because the opposite used to be true.
You march to your deaths! Ajara shall see you wiped from the seas!
The way it used to work is vehicle scaling used to be non-existent, which would make certain vehicle sections either far too hard or far too aggravating to do. Now, there are more complex ways they could have fixed this, and that would have been preferable. But the solution they came up with was to add vehicle scaling, which was added somewhere around Kata, I want to say. No, that's not right. Might have been later. Either way, it was a thing they added in later into the game. So that helped with quite a few quests and even several dungeons and raids. The problem is it also made some of these quests completely trivial, like the one we're doing right now. I love the moving backwards animation for the Naga. Move forward. Hold the bridge. Yeah, Naga look very cool, especially in water. Go figure. We're never going to get playable Naga. We might as well give up at this point. It's one of the oldest and earliest races that have been requested as playable in this game, and we still haven't gotten it. The only thing that predates Naga as a request for a playable race is ogres. We also don't have those.
Back to the sands with you, wretch!
Not really, Trahexia. I'm sure it's yet another... I mean, it's a bot, clearly and obviously.
You should have left this city to the waves!
But I don't know what they're botting for, like why they're doing it. That's a hell of an AoE attack.
About as tough as seaweed, too.
Yeah, normally you wouldn't charge out like I'm doing. You'd be back here, letting the NPCs take the aggro and letting them hold. Ogres, the original...
Your race is a disease upon the sea!
Arguably true. The original reason for no ogres was because they were having issues solving the size problem, something they have effectively solved as of now. The original reason for no Naga was an animations problem, another problem they've solved. So, our summoning happened, and here's our allies. Why, yes, those are Naraki. And there he is. Azumat. There's our Kraken. The debuff they have is called Dark Slaughter. Utterly destroyed. Yeah. I could ask for no more a proficient of Battle Maiden than you. You've done yourself a great honor this day. Naraki are old god flesh monsters, to put it extremely simply. You've actually seen them several times, although I don't blame you for not recognizing them. They haven't made much of a presence, probably because they're mostly been background elements, but this is an expansion about fighting the forces of the old gods, so you can see a lot more of them in the future. Yeah, void demons is not a bad way to describe them. So that was the Naga's big plan, and that's why they were here all along. They were summoning a whole bunch of Naraki, along with a giant-ass void kraken. Notice once again, they were actually losing the battle against the Kvaldir until they did that, too.
Kronakai Christor!
Minions of the old gods. The very potent forces have joined together, then. Their hope to defeat the Tidehunter may not be so foolish after all. Zulna, we cannot let this happen. If Ashara defeats the Tidehunter and takes his power for herself, I'm not sure any of us could ever oppose her on the seas. The first step is clear. We need to hunt down the fiend that destroyed our ships. The Navy was confident enough to bring in a new fleet. Yes, I wouldn't call that a fleet.
Safe journey.
Captain Taylor and the others have made their way to the surface. I'm sure some are just looking to rid themselves of this place, but we still have work to do if we're going to stop the Naga from invading the plane of water. So,
Remain vigilant.
That's actually what we're here for. That's been the whole point this whole time. The Naga were here to summon minions of the old gods, who were their paymasters, in order to then use them to attack and re-enslave the Water Lord and the elemental plane of water. So Azumat's an interesting one. I call him a Void Kraken. There's an asterisk on that. Because the thing is, Azumat is a normal Kraken who currently happens to be corrupted by the Void. We actually see this further in Legion. We actually see Azumat again in Legion, believe it or not. So that's why they're here. That's why they're here in such numbers. That's why they weren't really dealing with us. That's why they weren't doing so well against the Kvaldir until they summoned their ads. Also, they gave us these boots. I'm not sure what the boots do, but oh my god. Okay, I can see Westfall. I can see Westfall from here. Yeah, there's their fleet. 3 ships per side. That's all they can manage. Oh, I just missed it. Oh, I just missed it. Whatever. We're going to have to wait now. Well, maybe not. Maybe the Alliance one will be offset. Oh, hang on. It is there right now. We got to hurry. We got to hurry. There's a timed event here.
Well,
No, we just missed it. No, we just missed it. God damn it.
light be with you.
You made it out. Good to see you. It's good to be out of the water for a bit and have some resources at our disposal again. I'm sure many of the boys would give anything to turn around and go head home after what we've been through, but we still have a grim task ahead. What about you? You want to stick it through with us to the end? I wouldn't blame you if you've had your fill.
Light bless you.
We've located the beast that destroyed our ships. It makes its lair on Darkbreak Cove, a giant underwater cavern bordering the abyss. All you have to do is get on this ship right behind me that just took off without you. God damn it.
Can I help you? Off and away.
Yeah, no, I actually do love that perspective. Subnautica kind of does this too. And the moment you go into the water, like there's all kinds of stuff here, right? But the moment you go above the water, it's just this. There's nothing here. There's nothing to look at. I find that fascinating, personally. We're not quite done with Vashj'ir yet, though. So let's sort our inventory while we wait really quick.
My, you're a tall one.
You know I'm a gnome, right? And done.
Be seeing you.
God, I love this game's interface. I think Nog had a backup plan. So I'm with you, Loke. I don't think they really thought it out past that point, right? Like, I don't think it even occurred to them to have a backup plan. Oh, hey, we've actually got the Kata cloth suit on now, because we're finally doing proper Kata zones. I kind of like most of the Kata leveling gear, to be honest with you. It's simple enough without being boring, you know? Oh. Looks like the submarine's almost back. You remember the submarine, right? From Warcraft 2? You played Warcraft 2, right? So the reason it looks different, Savacom, is we are now in what we've been referring to as endgame Kata zones. And so everything you've been seeing for the last 18 days, excuse me, has been what I call the new world. In other words, new content, new quests, new story, old zones. It's all vanilla, right? So you've been seeing stuff from 2004. What you're seeing here is zones from 2010. And it is a noticeable difference. So, here we are. Let's hope this does a bit. This is one of the buggiest things in the whole frickin' zone. So we're on board the submarine. Let's see what happens. No, this is actually very technically impressive, despite how buggy it is. I've already given you one of my favorite bugs, which was the sub just goes on without me, and I'm like, wait! If that happens, I know how to get around it. Also, check it out. It's Dr. Wily. Right there on the left. Okay, Lieutenant Wily, but still. Still less buggy than Starfield. Ah, low-hanging fruit. Yeah, this is mostly just an interactive cutscene. We're just kind of hanging out while the sub makes its way down here. Into the depths.
We are approaching the cavern, Captain.
Take her in slowly, number 2.
There's Azamat.
The reports were accurate. The beast is here.
Steady, number 2. Fire! Fire! Blow it out of the water!
And he is out. Bye, Azamat. See you in a minute.
The beast escaped! By Mechatork's mustache, it was fast!
Don't worry, number 2. We'll get another chance. And we'll be ready.
Wow, no bugs. I'm not sure I've ever seen the sub ride not bug out at all. Yeah, Thrall's balls!
Arcanon Poros.
Well done, Private Zunla. The cavern is ours, but the beast escaped. Should it raise its ugly head again, we shall make with blasting it out of the water.
Remain vigilant.
Need assistance?
Submarine fuel is expensive. The powers that be in Nomergon were generous enough to deliver several fuel barrels, but we're burning through it faster than expected. That means we're going to have to improvise. It's a well-known fact that sea creatures are full of interesting chemicals, like oil. Take this device up to Catherine's Inn and stick it to the corpses of terrapins, remoras, hammerheads. If we ever get more submarine fuel, their oil might be our only hope.
You have a great day now.
Yeah, let's go squeeze some oil out of some nearby whales. That can't go badly. So, if you're paying attention, the same general pattern is repeating of the pacing of the zone. I should give a pacing positive. After the events of what happened with us losing our forward post and literally getting half of our people killed, we started recovering a little bit again. We retreat, successfully make contact with the surface, and then come right back down in here with the sub. Cool. We still have to deal with that nonsense. And there's where the Horde sub is, if you're wondering. Should have been a turtle. Anyways. Yes, we're finally in the third zone. The shortest of the zones, but also the biggest for some frickin' reason. I mean, I'd get flagged for PvP and they'd try to kill me. And then I would probably die, statistically speaking. I mean, we're still in Vashj'ir, but as has been pointed out a few times, Vashj'ir is actually 3 subzones. We just finished the first zone. So the Shimmering Expanse is the second zone and the densest of the 3. The third zone is the Abyssal Depths. It's called that for a reason. Now let's rip some delicious oil out of these people. We're so oil hungry, we'll rip it out of the sharks. Literally, that's what we're doing here. Look, we need their oil, Gum Gum, okay? We're liberating it from their bodies. I'd probably put the second zone as the best, followed by the first zone, followed by the third zone. Third zone's fine, but it just doesn't have the detail and the density of the first two. Actually, we're pretty close to being done with Kata, PM3X. We only have like 5 zones left. By the way, do you see that over in the distance? Because that should look familiar through the fog over there. We'll get to that. The odds of us hitting Pandaria this week are actually pretty high, I would say. I was actually thinking about it. To be fully canonical, we should probably do the battle for Theramore first. No. Don't look. Don't look. They'll just know. Oh, that's a little different, BM3X. You're probably thinking that because we finished the New World. Which we did. Yay. Oh, no we don't, to my knowledge, Blade Jamal. Sorry. I should probably mention that not every Loa actually is a Loa of something. Again, the only requirement to be a Loa is to be an entity, a living creature, which has a tremendous amount of spirit energy in it. Most Loa claim domains, and most Loa fight each other over those domains. You don't have to claim a domain. Having said that, if you, based on several of the quest texts we've already seen, and some stuff we're going to see in a minute, if you put a gun to my head, I would say that that thing over there was actually probably the Loa of this particular sea, this chunk of the ocean. Which, of course, would put it in a contention with the other one over there. Yeah, exactly. There would be multiple sea Loa because there's lots of sea out there, right? That just makes sense. There's no Loa of the land. There's a Loa of this part of the land, right? This area, this swamp, this forest, you get it. It's very, very rare you'll see a Loa who is a Loa of all of the land, right? In fact, we will, in Kata, be encountering a Loa of the forest, as in every forest on the planet. And she is arguably one of the most powerful Loa in the entire setting. She also doesn't interact with people for the most part. Quite possibly, Loke. Again, Asina is, Loa of all of the forests. So it wouldn't surprise me too much if there's another Loa that's at that tier out there. Did I? I did, right? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Sorry, just checking something. Don't mind me. Little quality of life feature I wanted to point out. Yeah, her name's Azeroth, J. Palmer. Each of these... So as we've been progressing forward, we started off that ship, then we had that cave. Over here we had the second cave, and then the forward post, and then the second forward post. And over here we have the naval base, which I've lost track of where I am. Okay, right back. This way. The reason I bring all this up is, if you remember, there's a portal to Vashj'ir in Stormwind and Orgrimmar. As you're progressing through the quests, it updates where you're at in the story. So if I were to go to Stormwind right now and then go through that portal, I would actually end up here, because this is where I'm at in the story. That's pretty cool, in my opinion. And again, a nice quality of life feature.
Can I help you?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, Lunarith, what's the difference? Sentient entity with a tremendous amount of spirit energy. That just describes Azeroth, doesn't it? And yeah, we'll talk about who and what Azeroth is later. Let's push that down the road. We're not even there yet. That won't even be mentioned until Pandaria.
Alrighty then, off and away.
How much do you know about fuel? Constructing the perfect fuel is a tricky job. There's plenty of factors, chronopyroxidation parameters, tempero-incendiary variables, conflagrational silifications criteria. That's only naming a few. Hopefully the samples you brought me can be combined to the right proportions to create the perfect biofuel.
Alrighty then.
Right. Okay. Sure, I can do that. Okay. Well, let's try it. The only thing that ever had a line on being a god in this setting was proven not to be in Shadowlands, so... Okay. Let's do Hammerhead, Remora, Terrapin, Remora. Nope. Oh, wait. Really? Did I do it? No, I didn't. Damn. Okay.
Pleased to meet you. Be seeing you.
Oh, okay. I imagine the real answer is a fairly typical fantasy answer. Generally speaking, the more powerful things get, the less they tend to interact with like, everyday stuff. I'm sure you've noticed that, right? That goes all the way back to Tolkien. So, most of the really, really, really powerful Loa generally just kind of sit back and do their own thing. Because they don't even notice us. Again, it's considered a big deal that Aecina actually interacts with us during Hyjal. It's like, huh? You actually talk to Aecina? Okay, so Hammerhead, Remora? Try that.
My, you're a tall one.
Okay, less Remora. Okay. Let's try Hammerhead, Remora. No, Aecina is the Loa of the woods. Like
Need
the
assistance?
concept of forest.
You have a great day now.
There we go. Hey.
Alrighty then.
Okay, biofuel get. Probably bad, Loke.
The Naru have not forgotten.
Private Zulna, at attention, we are having small problem. We have sent Humphrey and Oscar Digsong to Underlight Canyon to northwest, but they're not coming back. They were supposed to scout the area, but we have lost all contact with them. Their assignment is to locate our comrades and bring them back to me.
Dionys Aka.
I mean, plenty of people worship plenty of things in this setting, and if that's your only requirement for something to be a god, then there's lots of gods in this setting. Hundreds of them. Possibly thousands. I mean, the second Lich King would qualify as a god under those circumstances, because plenty of people worshipped him. We've got to kill all of them! Yeah, they actually called him the Death God, straight up. And honestly, he has more of a line on that than anyone else ever has. No. But it's not like Forgotten Realms, which has defined pantheons and systems in place where worship has a tangible effect and, you know, you can be promoted into and out of being a deity. It doesn't have anything like that at all. Who would win, the Lich King or the Lich King? Easy answer. Humphrey? What are you doing? Hello. Just inspecting the shell here. Carry on, nothing to see here. Why are you upside down? I seem to be having a floating problem. Why is that? I couldn't tell you. Maybe I've got a lower bone density, or larger than average lung capacity. Maybe it's all the cheese I had for lunch. Either way, the shell is the only thing keeping me from rocketing to the surface. It runs in the family. The Digsongs have always had buoyancy issues, I'm afraid. How'd you get all the way over here, then? Hand over hand, lass. Hand over aching hand. And I can't tell you how many gallons of seawater went straight up my nose. You should have seen me fight off that pirate shell crab using my feet and teeth, though. 'Twas a thing of glory. That sounds impressive. I remember when I was a wee little lad. The other boys would swim down to the bottom of Loch Badon to pick up sand dollars and seashells. We were stuck on the lake's surface, kicking our legs uselessly into the air, but we couldn't join them. Well, that's too bad. Anywho, I can't even remember how many times I've spotted a beautiful mining vein at the bottom of a lake or river, glimmering mockingly at me. I'm forced to float oarlessly by, pickaxe in hand, only to watch some blasted orc or blood elf swim down and take it from me. I really need to get going. You have no idea what it's like to be stuck in Vashj'ir like this. Do you know how many fish have confused me for a piece of seaweed, nibbling on me toes and hide between pieces of me armor? The tickling alone is enough to drive a dwarf mad. I can tell you don't want to hear my story. That's fine. Just don't forget how lucky you are with your sea legs and your ability to swim in a direction other than up. Of course, I haven't returned yet. We've had our fair share of setbacks, not the least of which the passing of my dear brother. He lost his grip and floated away, the poor lad. I thought he'd grab some fish to bring him back to the captain, but he floated off. He was eaten by one of those great eels. His last wish before he floated up into that great eel's gullet was to bring him back food for the captain. So that's what we'll do. My brother had a genius plan. He saw these murlocs luring out fish out of the reeds with phosphor in its antenna, and devised a way to make one of his own. All you need is something that glows. Okay. I guess I can do that. How's he breathing? He's very talkative for someone who's stuck underwater. I guess what he should be saying is... But that wouldn't make for quite as scintillating of a conversation. I mean, he probably has a underwater spell on him. Earlier, we saw plenty of NPCs who had little water bubbles around their heads, like magic water bubbles around their heads. That's probably all it is. We are here with an entire group of shamans, after all. Almost, Loke. Almost. Yeah, you're just nodding. Oh, yeah, fascinating. He's like... Uh-huh. Yeah, no, I agree completely. He's actually drowning. We're just letting him die. We're letting J. Palmer donate. That's what we've become now. That's what we've descended to. It's despicable. Ugh. Letting J. Palmer donate money to me. Ugh. Oh no, it totally is, but we have sea legs, so that prevents it from being a thing here. It's 3 minutes now, I want to say. Oh. Either way, thank you, J. Palmer. Always appreciate. Give me a moment, I'll look that up. Pretty well so far, Spartan. I haven't sat down and codified my thoughts yet, but it's reviewing better than I thought it would. And I'm okay with that. Okay, so that is going towards Siphon, Filter, Halo, and... Okay, so same things as earlier. Boop. And boop. Siphon, Filter, Dark Mirror, Sky Odyssey, and Halo SPV3. Yeah, the Kata end zones, I don't know. The only ones that might score badly is Oldham, that'll be on the story axis, and Twilight Highlands, and that'll be on the gameplay axis. We'll see. Oh, sorry, you did ask that, Jay Palmer. I mean, obviously, logically speaking, they have evolved, because that's how and what evolution is. But I don't think there's any noticeable or noteworthy differences between Naga now and Naga then. No, Oldham because it's the joke zone, exactly, Nerith. It also weirdly has very little voice acting, which I know you're like, well, of course it doesn't, but no, like, you've already seen that this zone has several bits of voice acting, and as we'll see, several of the other zones have voice acting, too. Oldham does not. Out of absolutely nowhere, Oldham just doesn't have voice acting, which is always weird. And there's also a lot of cutscenes in Oldham. Kata-era cutscenes. We know how rough those are. Like, Oldham is an extremely cutscene-heavy zone. We'll need enough phosphorus to make a really bright light, especially if we're going to be competing with those murlocs. Oh, there you go. Beautiful. Oscar would be proud. Stick this device on your head and swim through the kelp and coral. Should be all kinds of little fish, so you'll find your antenna irresistible. When we return to Darkbreak Cove, we'll have armfuls of fish for everyone. Yeah, Twilight Highlands has voice acting. Oldham does not. Oh yeah, I was supposed to put together a report. Almost forgotten. Looks like mostly harmless wildlife around here, except for those blasted eels and a few murlocs. Captain will be more interested in the murlocs, I think. Go engage a few of them in combat, see what kind of moves they got. From what I've seen, the big ones hunt for fish in the kelp. The little ones practice some kind of magic or another. But that's all I know. Listen, there's this ancient evil that's finally come back. It's called the Kodik. I guess it's Kodik, but whatever, nobody cares. You talking about the one that started the zone, Spartan? Listen, we've had 2 separate quests to kill eels in this zone alone. I guess you haven't seen it, Spartan. I highly recommend you get a new character and go start that quest immediately, just so you can see how amazing it is now. This appears to be an egg from one of the devious giant eels. I wonder if Humphrey will be interested in this. Hey Humphrey, I found an egg. I think Ismira Star is an eel. Hang on, we have to ask her something that an eel would never say. If you saw Mario swimming out in front of you, what would you do? What do you got there? An egg? An eel egg? Even upside down, you can see the gears in his head turning. Yeah, we could definitely do something with this. Get ready, kid, because it's time for a good old-fashioned revenge. Those eels ate me brother. My brother! It's time to show him who's boss. He removes several sticks of dynamite from his vest. The great eels to the south are too tough to fight one-on-one, but with this egg, we can even the odds. Place it near one of the creatures, and kablooey! If the bomb doesn't kill the eel outright, it should be a near enough death for you to finish it off. Alright, fine. You're not an eel, is Mirastar. No eel would ever dodge Mario. They would immediately lunge out and be like, rah! Probably not, Gum Gum. I've said it before and I'll say it again. My own personal theory is that if we ever encounter anything alien, we won't know. Like, we won't even recognize it. The best part is they probably won't recognize us either. We may have already met aliens, who knows? Oh my god, you're right! This Mirastar might be an eel in disguise. Oh. Ooh, I'd probably go with lasagna, Elizar. I can eat pizza, and I've had decent pizza over the years, but I'm generally not a pizza person. Lasagna, though. You have to work at it to mess up lasagna. Esmiristar! Oh my god, it's true! Eel's right there in the name. You thought you could get it by us, Esmiristar. Yes, I heard. Gum Gum. I actually have no idea, Linero. I know they can in the Spider-Man universe, but I'm not sure in real life. That's how Electro got his superpowers. What'd they do, PM3X? Lasagna pizza. Isn't that just deep dish? In which case, I am all in favor of this. Did they really? Wow. No, he's not dead, but he's dead. No, he's not dead. Games that came out in 96? Uh-oh. Hang on, hang on. Let's look up what came out here, shall we? And yeah, no, he was 100. He was 4 months younger than Kissinger was. Sigh. Let's see, what came out this year? Super Mario 64? Hate it. Super Mario RPG? Hate it. Kingsfield 3? Quake, Resident Evil, Pokemon, the original, Crash Bandicoot, what else here? Virtua Fighter came out. N64 came out. Apparently the first Metal Slug came out in 96? Wow. Quite possibly, Linerith. So here's this Miristar. Time to kill her. Let's do it. Actually, use real buttons. Get this debuffs rolling. Done. And we freed his brother. And off he goes. No, not again. Yeah, what the hell is Detroit style? Detroit style pizza. What do we got? Oh, yeah, I like Detroit style pizza. I prefer Chicago style. I'm not gonna lie. I prefer a nice, good pizza pie. But I like Detroit style. There's a place around here that sells those that we get every now and again because my brother-in-law really likes them. Spaghetti cake. Good morning, that which sleeps. Wait, you're not that which sleeps. You're not that which sleeps at all! You're that which wants sleep. Big difference. Sweet corn on pizza. As Miristar, we found another eel for you. It's okay, we'll put both of you on pizza. I'm kidding. Eel on pizza sounds terrible. Ugh. Now, cow. Preferably still alive and mooing. Moo. Moo. How many did you catch? Oh, you did good. You did real good. Humph. They sound like regular old murlocs, just under wattle. That'll make him happy. Oscar's alive? Wait, what'd you say? You let him float away again? Ah, well, I appreciate you held up your end of the bargain. Here, take this. I've only been hanging on to it as a ballast, but it doesn't seem to be doing much good. I'm gonna need you to bring this back to Captain Global. With me conditioned, it'll take me a week to get back to the cove, and we don't have any time to waste. Yeah. See you around, buddy. Well, you see, Eleazar, I have no idea. I mean, the answer is they didn't plan for that, but I don't know why they have completely abandoned Rexar. Like, if you think about it, Rexar barely has any presence in vanilla as part of one quest chain, which is no longer in the game. And then he barely has any presence in Warlords as part of one quest chain. And then he barely has any presence in Legion as part of the Hunter Order Hall. And then he barely has any presence in BFA, where he's a negative to story. I think that's it. See you around Kenixcow. Have a good day at work. He was in Legion. He was part of the Hunter Order Hall. He was worst in BFA, legitimately. Just... yeah, he was fully character assassinated there. As with so many other characters in BFA. Have you found Oscar and Humphrey?
Remember
I see, yes, I am remembering now. Humphrey and Oscar were not strongest swimmers. The reconnaissance is helpful, and the extra fish looked very tasty. If you are seeing Mr. Digsong before he returns, please send him my thanks.
Good health, long life.
No time for dallying.
You're the Zunla everyone's been talking about. Good to meet you. Let's have a butcher's hook. Enough rabbit, all right? Let's get down to it. I need you to swim down northwest to the front and read and write them snakes real quick. Nothing fancy. They're looking for a bother, so we'll give them a right good one in the old boat race.
Remember, the beast in the shadows might be your salvation.
Right. The snakes after are daft and balmy. Go northwest to Deepfin Ridge and plant some that we do good in their pot and pan. Pitch and toss of theirs. They'll kick and prance away with their alderman's nails tucked between their nutmegs when they see that. Not that they've got any nutmegs, mind you.
We must face our fears.
You ask me, I think we let the soup and gravy take care of this ready and right. It's bird lime to kick and prance ourselves out here before we get all grown bread. You catch my meaning?
Good day.
Hi, how are you? Off and away.
Zuna, there's these demon squid things out there that are eating Gilblin's head and taking them over. That's one way to get slaves. Think you can swim out there and get one of them for me? Sure.
Greetings.
We've got our reinforcements, but we still need to find a way to pay them. That kind of action doesn't come cheap. Up on the Deepfin Ridge, the slimy Gilblin have stolen all kinds of treasure. I think it's time to reclaim some of it for the cause.
See you later.
You want me to murder and rob people so you can pay your military. I haven't heard any Voyager talk, Ross. You know what that means. Let's see. Georgian cheese bread. I feel like I have had this at some point in my life. It looks really good. Yeah, it's probably going to be true, Ross. We'll see. Finnish fish. What distinguishes Finnish fish from regular old fish? Ignore this. Ignore it. Don't think about what's happening over there with those tentacles. Okay, we're good. It's fine. It's fine. They're just making friends with that whale. They're very friendly tentacle horrors. The most terrible old god of all, Spartan. The Bobby Kotick. No, I'm joking. We're fighting the forces of N'Zoth. Pretty much all the events of the Cataclysm are being pushed by N'Zoth. We don't fight N'Zoth himself, though. So if you're paying attention, you might notice that we are now fighting Naga who are being escorted by, well, their technical term is merciless ones. I didn't name them that. They're Cyclopean demonic octopi. I don't think it's vegetarian if it has tuna. However, I would not try that pizza. I can't do fish in general, and I most assuredly cannot do fish on pizza. Really, Maverick? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's hard to get much more abomination-y than merciless ones. So, I actually ran into that one too. You have to tag the shaman. In other words, do some damage to it, but not kill it, then drag it. That'll complete it. Yes, Elizar. There we go. Yep, it is an RPG that is also an RTS. Yeah, that's what I had to do too, Bregman. Just poke. Alright, we're good. Ignore the fact that people who are taken by the Merciless Ones are constantly portraying a choking animation. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Let's go rob people so we can afford to pay our military. You have failed me for the last time, Admiral Giltlin. No, it's actually good, Dragon Player. That's a fast respawn. Or it's a bugged respawn. I like bugged respawns. They're my favorite part. Would it even be WoW without bugs, honestly? Now, to demonstrate what I was talking about earlier, because I'm pretty sure this will actually be faster than just swimming back. Incredibly, J. Palmer. He would sweep the entire setting. Like, literally nothing could stop him. That would have just been game. And we're back. See what I mean?
Hey there.
How much plunder have you managed to reclaim?
Have a good one.
That should be enough for now. We'll know where there's more should the need arise.
Be careful.
Can I help you? Be seeing you.
How many have you got?
Off and away.
Oh, they're ugly, but they're mostly harmless. Here, I've got an idea.
Be seeing you.
Hey.
All right.
I'll come back to that.
I can smell your fear.
Chicken and rice. That'll show those sorry and sad snakes who's the old pitch and toss. Now it's bird lime for a tiddlywink. Finger and thumb or a plink and plonk?
We are not the monsters.
Ah, nice Uncle Bob a poking their general. She shakes her head and grins.
Watch your back.
What? Okay.
Hey! You have a great day now.
I've got an idea for a disguise. Here, take one of those merciless whatchamacallits and put it on your head. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, God! Ah! It's not dead! Run! Run! Somebody knocked that thing off Zunla's head. Thank you.
Can I help you?
Here, let me see that head one more time.
Be seeing you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just, when my friend Gary first saw this, and I was with him on this, this was just the funniest damn thing. It's such a terrible, dumb idea to begin with. Let's put one of these merciless brain extractors on our head, right? Ah! And then obviously you freak out and everyone dies and blah, blah, blah. And then immediately after that, you get the option to be like, here, let me see that head one more time. Plonk, and just put it right back on your head.
You have a great day now.
What happened? That thing wasn't completely dead. Maybe I should stick to mechanical stuff. It gave you a vision of killing all of us. Well, that doesn't sound good. In any case, let that earthen ring fellow know. Okay.
Alrighty then. You have a great day now.
Yeah, here, let me put on that head crap. Why? No reason. The option should have been, are you nuts? Like, I like to think that you talk to the NPC, I was like, oh, wow. Thank you for getting it off my head. Oh, that was horrifying. Here, can I see that one more time? And the NPC just looks at you like, why? No, it's fine. I just wanted to put it back on my head. It's kind of random what they say, but one of the things you can say and while you're in that is, the end shall come. All shall die before the death. Yeah, and then they're like, oh God, run. Ahem. The screams sell it. Yeah, the second time. That was absolutely horrifying. Thank you for saving me. Can I put that back on my head? What? What? So, a little bit of a closer shot of the second Lavos creature. It's a little bit different colored, if you're paying attention. And this one's eyes don't seem to be... there.
Well met. Be careful.
It's very disturbing news, but I believe our Earthen friend has a plan, and now you're here.
Go with honor, friend. For the Alliance.
One of the Earthen Ring, Wave Speaker Valoran, swam down to the Nightmare depths. We haven't heard from her in a while. Swim out there. See if you can find her.
Be careful.
Our Earthen Ring friends here are wondering if we can lend a hand. The Faceless down there in the Scalding Canyon are defiling all the wildlife. Could you take care of that for me?
Light bless you.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
We think we have a use for the merciless one that your friend from the cave delivered, but we need a preservative. Head down to the mushrooms and bring them back. I'll see what I can do.
Ancestors, watch over you.
You must use my totem in the Scalding Chasm. Use it to capture the energies of the Faceless, that's the Naraki, as they die. The totem will keep them from returning once they came. When it's full, bring it up here. We will use it to lure out their leader.
Do not let the darkness triumph.
Probably J. Palmer. Yeah, Lavos is fully parasitic. Or that's not actually parasitic, is it? I can't remember the word for it. The thing where it kills the host. Even to its own detriment. Yes, symbiotic. When you kill a host to your own detriment. I thought parasitic just means you take without giving. I could be wrong, though. Oh, doesn't matter. Point being, that's Lavos. Lavos kills planets and then moves on. Ignore that stuff that's moving over there. Ignore it. No, don't think about it. There's no eels over there, don't worry. Actually, there might be eels over there. Ignore me. Well then, clearly the definition of a parasite is it's something that's gross. I mean, it's true, Ross. As I said many times, I don't hate high-stakes stories. I hate badly written stories. Maybe J. Palmer. I don't know. I'll just call it viral. So this is what an Iraqi looks like up close, by the way. We've shown a couple of these before, but since they're more relevant now, I figured this is a good time to refresh you on what these things are. They're pretty gross. Chaos given flesh. Probably temperature, Elizar. It's more useful. Yeah, the aquatic Naraki are kind of cool looking. Yeah, they all call them faceless, but even back in Warcraft 3, they had faces. Lying to me. Ship is in danger, 100%. Okay, then. The definition of parasite is you, Luke! You're the parasite! You were always the parasite! And, like, big, bombastic music. Yeah, it's gone, Spartan. It's completely gone. Did you go do as I suggested? Because, yeah, they just etch-a-sketched it out completely. This is a good one. Look, it's best experienced, okay, Spartan? Really? I was telling Sis about it last night at dinner, and she just started laughing. Like, what? They just completely ejected it. I mean, in fairness, I don't think I really called them gross. I mean, they're gross, but they're not gross. If they were gross, then that would be awful. Negative to story. But it's okay, they're not gross. They're just gross.
Warm wishes to you.
Oh, I'm glad you're here.
Seek the path.
Those tentacle horrors rising from the depths have trapped that poor beast. Can you save it by destroying those things? Will you free Willy? No.
Favor the road traveled by few.
But I will go ahead and free Willy. Does it, though, Spartan? I have never, ever seen that cutscene not bug out. Not once. Hell, as recently as yesterday, a friend of mine was going through it and saw some different bugs in it. Mostly with how the triggering of the cutscene didn't work properly. So, nobody knows what the Forgotten One was in Warcraft 3. Let's just get that out of the way, Elizar. However, yeah, okay, fair, look. Words. But it is assuredly the inspiration for what would eventually become, you know, the old gods. But they've never gone back and explained what the specific thing is they fought in Frozen Throne. Based on context clues, it was probably a piece of Yogg-Saron.
Blessings
Or just another Naraki. Thank you, Zudla. These nightmarish creatures that rise from the depths now give me pause. I fear our efforts will be for nothing.
May your days be long and your hardships.
Okay, we saved... Well, he's trapped again. Ah, well, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it could have been a Cathraxi, but I kind of hope it wasn't. Cathraxi are extremely high tier. And there's only like 5 of them ever. I don't want that number to go up. Having said that, that's probably the best option.
Hello, friend.
Yes, Gnome, can you feel them breathing with a desire to break free and destroy us? This is good. Perfect lure for their leader.
Maintain focus.
For the Alliance.
I heard about it. You had an unpleasant encounter when putting one of the demons on your head. I can assure you they're all now quite dead.
Winds be at
Are
your
you
back
sure?
with the Earth Mother.
It will come to you with the energies of the corrupting faceless. Swim down to my luring totem, release the energies, bring back the brain of their leader. You want me to?
Find
Okay.
your center.
Why do I need to go get the brain of a frickin' Naraki? That would be kind of cool if Forgotten One is just a completely separate thing. I mean, they were clearly inspired when they designed Cthulhu, based off of the Forgotten One. So, I don't know. What the hell? Hello. I laugh at you, feeble Zulna, but I will oblige. Now, let us return to my master below. I am evil. You are a mere warlock. There's nothing you can do to me. Why does this hurt so much? Alright, there's the brain of the unfathomable. It's still pulsing. Ugh. I actually have no idea, Loke, believe it or not. We've never really had much in the life cycle of the bullets.
Yes?
Do you have it, Zunla? With the Unfathomable's brain, we still may be able to communicate with Lorgek, the dying Ancient One in front of us.
Keep a peaceful mind.
Now we'll see if we can get it before it dies. Can we?
Find your center.
Gorek is an ancient being that rests on the shelf across from us. It's being controlled. Its life energy is slowly consumed by something immense beneath us. There's a cave known as the Undershell. In that cave are 3 powerful ogre magi, maintaining a ritual. Kill those 3.
Do not let the darkness triumph.
The ogre magi within the Undershell have summoned protectors from themselves, fleshling fiends from the netherworld. We cannot risk these aberrations being used against our forces. While you're there, destroy as many as you can.
Be careful.
That's true. We know you can build an old god. We'll get there. So yeah, I want you to imagine being the thing that's above this. Something about this has always just really weirded me out. Like, you basically can't move. When you're at that size, you're just stuck there. So someone tunnels into the cave underneath you, summons giant tentacles to burrow into your stomach, and drain out your literal life energy. Yeah, let's knock these over, shall we? This poor thing. I mean, technically all old gods are artificial, yes. It just changes who built them. For example, the old gods that we predominantly think of when we think of that were built by the Void Lords as part of the Bullets program. They don't call it that, but that is what it is. I was just thinking, they don't really have any plans that I'm aware of to go underwater. And yet, there's been several hints of that. Or at least of going down. We've already seen that in War Within, for example. So if there was an opportunity to do more with whatever these things are, that would be it. Could also be unconnected. They could push that stuff out outside of the Last Titan.
The elements listen.
Now that you've unplugged Lagoric, we must attempt to make contact with it. I can sense the ancient still lives, but only barely.
Keep a peaceful mind. Speak with me.
Place the dead merciless on your head to pose as their slaves.
Maintain focus.
Okay. So, for those of you who care, I want you to remember what the inside of Nespira looked like, right? You know, the pulsating heart in the middle, and it was kind of fleshy, you know, kind of pink, reddish color. Well, this is what the inside of this ancient looks like. Yeah, this one's... I mean... that's literally just a building they've built around its heart. Oh yeah, I've got a thing on my head. Hi, everyone. Yeah, this place is a lot more dead. I agree, Placerval. Yeah, they've carved out a temple in his husk while he's dying. It's kinda messed. I sense something. Come closer. Wise of your Aronak to have used the faceless brain. I see you now. I will die. There is no stopping the inevitable. But you will help me deal with these parasites first. I am almost dead. You must help stop the Twilight's hammer. They drain my energy to create their ascendants. They are a grave threat in the imminent war versus Neptulon. On the other side of my chamber are candidates for ascension, who will need their runestones of binding to create a bound elemental. To stop the rituals of ascension, you must destroy the ancient conduits. They use the conduits to siphon my energies away and make ascendants. A fight with Neptulon is imminent. The Twilight's Hammer must be denied these creatures. Oh, I have no idea, load. Oops, wrong button. God, yeah, this place must smell really, really bad. You got the stagnant air problem, and you're inside of a corpse. What's the difference between an elemental lord and a Loa? So a Loa is a being, whether it's a animal or a plant or a person, which has a huge amount of spirit energy specifically pumped into it. The reason you don't generally see more Loa being made is because it usually takes centuries or millennia to gather up that much energy. So most of the Loa that exist have existed for a long time. An Elemental Lord is the same kind of concept, but with a different type of energy. The Elemental Lord of Fire is not an entity created with tons and tons of spirit energy, but with fire energy. Further to the point, by all intents and purposes, from what we understand, yeah, very true, Esmeralda. That's why Ardenweald is a thing. By all intents and purposes, a fire elemental has no other energy in them, right? Whereas a Loa probably has energy that isn't spirit in them. I mean, take Bwansamdi. He used to be a troll. You think he's comprised of just spirit energy? Yeah, exactly, Esmeralda. Either way, yes, sorry, to get back to your point. For all intents and purposes, an Elemental Lord is kind of like a Loa, just an Elemental Loa. There are some distinctions, which is why I think it's important to categorize them as over there. But it's still true. Yeah, Bwansamdi is pretty strong. Now, what's interesting is a lot of his strength comes from a lot of the pacts he makes with the trolls. Like, he's claimed domain over all of the dead trolls. In fact, he is specifically the Loa of Graves. But the thing is, he has to fight for that constantly. You ever notice that? There are plenty of times when trolls die and don't interact with him, and he has to personally get involved. Yes, as I've pointed out a few times, this is a sci-fi setting, which, for the most part, conforms to, standard physics. Unlike FF14. Yes, Ross. I actually tried them last week. I will not give you my opinion on them. Oh yeah, lots of people are constantly fighting over the domains of death. Which makes sense when you think about it. There is an afterlife, unfortunately. We'll talk more about that in Shadowlands, because that's what that is. It is a constructed afterlife. When you... okay. I forget the exact loop. But when you die, your soul is sent to the afterlife. There's a mechanism in place to then immediately route your soul to a specific spot. There is a super amazing supercomputer, or I don't know why I said amazing, super fast supercomputer sitting there that will scan your soul and say, okay, and then shunt your soul off to wherever you should go, according to that supercomputer. You then go to the specific area, and each of the robots that run each of those areas, because they're all robots, do their own things in their own ways based on their own precepts. So in some places, you end up being the caretakers and guiders of the dead. In some places, you end up being the military arm of the afterlife in order to defend against the various threats that exist in the afterlife. In some cases, you will then go either redeem or be redeemed, based on your actions in life, and become part of the Anima Farm. Excuse me. In some cases, you need to be part of the cycle of rebirth. Those are the 4 we know most about. Well, like cultists dropped this. Yeah, I did that game. Come on. There we go. In lore, there's tons of afterlives we never see. I like to just kind of mentally throw those out the window. Along with most of that expansion, really. What is anima? Okay, so like I mentioned this earlier that I don't really remember the entire cycle. So souls generate anima. Anima powers everything in the afterlife. And something about that then cycles into new souls. I forget the exact loop, though. But yeah, it's oil. It's afterlife oil. So, souls can generate anima in several ways. But the most obvious way is for a soul to come to grips with itself, to, for lack of a better way to put it, be redeemed. That's what Revendreth exists for. They take you there. Let's say that Vashj'ir has been horrifically evil. He's literally Hitler, right? And so he goes to Revendreth, and they do everything in their power to try and redeem him. And in the doing so, even if they are not yet succeeding, even the attempt drains him of anima because of the effort being put upon him. Now, it's kind of weird, because honestly, I think it's a little bit poorly thought out, if I could be really blunt for a second. I know. Shadowlands being poorly thought out. Stop the presses. But the way they describe it is that souls provide anima until they accept being redeemed or are cast into the maw, at which point they start consuming anima because they're now dead, I guess, even though they already were dead. I don't know. They don't really talk it out well. And like I said, they don't, to my knowledge, I'm probably just missing something somewhere, they don't even try to explain how all of this cycle leads into more souls being tossed back out into the material plane. But to answer Vashj'ir's question directly, there's an ancient race, yes, 3 tiers, I'm not making that up, of ancients that goes back that are called the First Ones. We know nothing about them, other than the fact that they're the first ones and they created the mechanisms of life and the afterlives, plural. When I say that the afterlives are run by robots, I am not being facetious. They don't look like robots, but that's quite literally an illusion, I can't remember what the proper term is for that. Glamour. That's the term. They have a glamour on them. They're bots. They're probably the closest thing we've had so far, Vashj'ir. They're probably abandoned lore at this point because most of the writers want to walk the hell away from Shadowlands as hard as they possibly can. I'm not actually joking. The writers have been very overt in their desire to back away from the Shadowlands lore. So we will probably never learn more about the First Ones, and honestly, I'm okay with that. Let's just eject them from existence and move on. Now take the attuned runestone. Use it to possess one of the bound torrents at the central temple. They will ignore you. You are beneath their notice. Use the elemental powers to destroy the devotees and their overseers. I like destroying things. Yeah, the First Ones are just the riders. I mean, it's whatever. We do literally go to Mathland in Shadowlands. Math. We go to Math. Can you fly in here? No, I tried earlier. I thought you meant, can I fly in Mathland? In which case, yes, actually. You have to earn it, though, which I did in preparation for this run. Peekaboo! dazed me. They actually dazed me. I guess I'll stop mass murdering people. Their devotions are silenced. Now that you have their power, you must destroy their leader. Now that you have stolen the energies of the faithful, enter the temple and destroy the ascended. Let's do this. And one shot. This used to be a really rough fight, too. Ah, there's that vehicle scaling again. You know, honestly, yeah. I tend to say, you know, let's walk away from retcons, but a good writer will recognize when something needs to just be ejected from the setting. And frankly, the first ones need to be ejected from the setting. And no, I did not, Elizar. Do you mind repeating it, please? Ah! You've done myself and the Tidehunter a great service. Have some bottled neurons. Dinner today? I actually have no idea. You must return to Darkbreak Cove. Aeronach waits with you. I die now. Lorgek dies! Okay, so, if Warcraft 4 was made, where and WoW would I pick the campaign for humans, knights, night elves, orcs, and undead? That's an interesting spread. Let's think about that. Yep, no. Yeah, after the... By the way, sorry, real quick, I'll come right back to you, Elizar. To really emphasize how stupid the first ones are, the writers during Shadowlands kept emphasizing that the Eternal ones were even bigger and more powerful than the Titans. Bullcrap, by the way. And they kept doing that because of Dragon Ball Z syndrome, right? Because they just wanted to keep escalating. So it's like, oh my god, they're so super powerful. You don't even understand. Their dick is just so big. And so they kept emphasizing that the Eternal ones are those are the robots I just referenced, the Eternal ones. It wasn't until later on that we found out that about the first ones, which are even more older and powerful than the Eternal ones, which, I remind you, are even more powerful and older than the Titans. Again, bullcrap. Anyways, so, Warcraft 4 campaigns. Let's see. I actually love the idea of the human campaign being about playing the remnants of the Scarlet Crusade, if there were any Scarlet Crusade remnants that were still around to be played. So let's walk past that. That's an interesting idea, but nah. Instead, if we're setting it in modern times... Oh god. The Arathor. Gosh, I don't know. Not anymore, J. Palmer. Oh, that guy. That's true. We play as one guy. He's level 1. He has no abilities, and he can't level. Oh, you mean after Warcraft 3? Oh, okay. So, WoW Vanilla. Alright. So a WoW Vanilla campaign for the humans. Well, I'm going to go back with your idea. And by your idea, I mean whoever said that in chat. Which was somebody? Who said that? Oh, God. There's too much chat going on. It was Nero's ass. Make it about the Scarlet Crusade. Make it about the foundation and descent into corruption of the Scarlet Crusade, which then leads immediately into the Undead campaign, where you play as the Undead under Kel'Thuzad, excuse me. And the events of the Eastern Plaguelands. The Night Elves, meanwhile... Oh, jeez, I don't know. There's nothing going on for the Night Elves in vanilla. I guess the Encourage event could be the Night Elf campaign. I guess. And then for the Orcs... The Taminger of Durotar. Take 2. I don't know what to do with the Orcs. Nobody likes the Orcs.
Yes. Keep a peaceful mind.
Oh, excellent. So do I have anyone available for dungeoning, by chance? I guess the Dark Horde was in vanilla. Excuse me. The whispers of the elements is crowding my thought. The throne of tides is under siege. I cannot stand idly by while the Naga threaten Neptulon's realm. We must find a way to join forces with him. Captain Taylor can escort me to the depths. I must ask you to take a more violent path. Keep the enemy forces distracted while I arrive safely.
Find your center.
Join me, Pillars of Snow. Join me in the eternal darkness of Spiderland. So yes, this dungeon we're about to do is not actually the Kata version of this dungeon. This is the Dragonflight version of this dungeon. They revamped it for Mythic and substantially changed several mechanics and a lot of the trash. So we're going down, down, down into the depth. This is way down now. We're actually at the ocean floor. Remember earlier, I mentioned the brickwork of the initial zone, how it was designed to be like pleasant and positive and safe looking. This is the opposite of that. We are firmly in the abyss at this point. I was actually thinking about that, Playtall, and that's a good question. Because the majority of the dungeon was made in Kata, but they actually changed boss mechanics too. So I think in the interest of fairness, we should probably go ahead and call this a Dragonflight dungeon. Unfortunately, it does not have followers. Yeah, a bunch of water revenants fighting against Naraki and Naga. This is the culmination of everything we've been doing in the whole zone. The Naga are very specifically here to enslave Neptulon. Everything else is secondary. If they successfully take the plane of water, the Naga will have unprecedented control over the oceans, and frankly, Azeroth in general. I am Alliance, yes. Hang on, Elizar. And I do need, yeah, I need a tank and a healer at the very least, since I've lost my Pillars of Snow. I suppose I'll start getting the group together. Let's see, hang on. So let's see, Spartan is not even on. Linnea said she can come, but she's not on either. Kiera White Noise is busy in a delve. I'm a warlock, that's true. Actually, I agree with that, Lord Dermot. It's a nice touch, and it makes sense that they did that. Let's see, we'll go and grab the Corn Servant here. Oh, there's Lunaruth. Spartan, and I guess Breglin? We'll go with that. And then Kira Whiteness can just go do her delve and not have to worry about it. I think we need a tank, Lunaruth, because I know Spartan wanted to heal. Did it not? It didn't go through. Let's try that again. Sometimes it just doesn't invite, I've noticed. I'm not sure why. So this cutscene can bug, as so many other things in this zone can. There you are. Aronach has gone ahead to speak with Neptulon. We must hurry. It still is, Spurn. I'm going after Aeronach. Follow me. Wait, did they just skip the cutscene? What? Ignore my minion. He's fine. Everything's fine. There we go. Welcome to the only time we've been in the elemental plane of water. Unfortunately, this is only a tiny peek of it. It pretty much is just the dungeon. You can literally see where the raid was supposed to be, though. The portal's right there. Do you see it over there? Right up here. Yeah, this never happened. And never will at this point. So. I guess you're wondering about the cutscene that didn't play. It's just some decor down here. So what happens is that where's the summoning stone? I guess we don't need a summoning stone, but like we kind of do because there it is. It's right over here. It's right over here. So what happened in the cutscene was, okay, we've pushed back some of the Naga forces, but at long last, it's time to go ahead. Oh, remember, you have to be in Cat of Time Walking if you're not. The Naga start overwhelming Neptulon. Neptulon himself, that's the Water Lord, comes out and he's like, "Mwahaha. These foolish fools cannot possibly defeat me. You're pathetic and terrible compared to me." That's when Azumat hits. Azumat personally grabs Neptulon and drags him down into the Throne of Tides, where we are now. I have too, as Miristar. As it happens, I did it back in Dragonflight. I was weirded out by how different it was. So we're like, oh crap, we've got to save Neptulon. What do we do? And Aeronach says, no problem. I'm going to go get Thrall, okay? Because we need to get in contact with bigger fish than us in order to deal with this. And we're all like, cool, no problem. We got your back, Aeronach. And then Aeronach is grabbed by a tentacle of Azumat and then dragged down into the depths. So Taylor, Nazgrim, and us charge in after him to go rescue Aeronach. And that's the context you're missing. That is a skipped cutscene, which is a negative. Just literally, just skipped it. So let's see how we do, shall we? On deck. Want all the wipes. Yeah, I'm the only reason I haven't given more yet is I'm curious if any of that context is presented in the game right here. Good, you've brought allies. You must hurry for her to rescue Aeronach. From what? Okay, never mind. No context. That vile worm has earned 1,000 deaths. It won't be easy. She and her minions are firmly entrenched in this place. But she's bound to be exhausted from her fight with Neptulon. Now's the time to strike. Cool. Let me summon an appropriate pet here. And, of course, I gotta give out cookies. Get your cookies, yeah. Get your cookies, yeah. You know what? I actually agree with the double negative. Among other things, it's quite literally the climax of the entire zone. Like, it's the culmination of everything that's happened across Vashj'ir. The big mystery that they're building up across the whole zone is what the hell are the Naga doing here and why? And the answer is they're going after Neptulon. And we're there and we finally see it happen. And, remember, the pacing of the zone has been every time something goes well, something goes badly. So when we were finally starting to push back against the Naga forces, they succeed in luring out Neptulon and capture him. And now things are bad again. It gets so bad that's why Ironok says, we gotta bring in Thrall. Like, that's the, oh crap, it's gotten serious moment, is we gotta bring in the big guns. Then Ironok is kidnapped, and before we can actually go and get reinforcements, we have to charge in to rescue him. I don't say we have to, but we choose to. We're not gonna abandon him to this nonsense, are we? I mean, if you were paying attention, the quest Taylor gave me was, quick, Ironok jumped in there to go talk with Neptulon. It's like, okay, let's go see what he has to say. And then we get in here, and then the quest Taylor just gave us was, and I quote, good, you've brought allies. You must hurry if you're to rescue Ironok. Jesus Christ, game, come on. Vashj'ir is such a funny zone. I have been burying it in positives, but I've also given it, like, 9, I want to say, negatives for all this crap. What killed you? So, okay. So the problem is, your question is kind of invalid. No offense, Eleazar. There's no human campaign in Wrath, really. There's just the campaign in Northrend. The only way to do a human, night elf, orc, and undead campaign in Northrend would be to start off as the undead, you know, pushing back all the, you know, going and launching attacks on Orgrimmar and Stormwind to charge them in. And then the human, night elf, and orc campaigns would just be Northrend. Like, there's nothing there, right? So anyways, this is new trash. These are BFA mobs that we're fighting here. These mobs didn't even exist back in Kata. I do like that we're taking damage. I'm very happy about that. Refill my souls. Oh yeah, and I should mention, this is also in the elemental plane of water. No, I gave it triple, Blade Taval, because you're right, it is the climax of the zone. Like I said, 9 negatives for screw-ups. I'm gonna laugh if Vashj'ir is still the best scoring zone so far. Oh yeah, sorry, this is new. This elevator. There used to be literally a jellyfish that would go up and down this shaft. Like, I do get why they straight up removed it. It's the same reason they removed the initial cutscene. It was bugged beyond repair. That's the problem, isn't it? It was so bugged, they decided to just rip it out. Like, what? If you're gonna rip something out, you kind of have to work on context there. Like, we have to know what we missed. Oh man, the Molten Front was so good. Yeah, just make a new cutscene from scratch. It would have been a thing, but it's a doable thing. Or yeah, at the very least, adjust the quest text to be like, here's what you missed. Christ. I will praise this game to hell and back for what it does right. But I will always bash it for what it does wrong. I can't believe they just ripped that cutscene out. I can't believe they ripped both of them out. Ow. Whatever, that's it. We're actually done with Vashj'ir. We're formally covering Throne of Tides now. I should mention, this is not just the Plane of Water. This is actually the, for lack of a better way to put it, headquarters of the Plane of Water. This is where Neptulon holds court. Oh, whoops, that's... So I was running, and by coincidence, I kept running alongside Bragwin there. And I saw a tiny gnome running with shadowy, damagey things. So I just assumed that was me. And so I assumed I actually had the debuff. Yeah, I've just kind of come to accept that Affliction isn't really great on trash. I'd like to think I make up for it on bosses. Let's see. Yeah, I'm particularly fond of the water pillars that are just water. There's just water flowing through them. Yeah, soak it in. This is as close to the plane of water as we've ever seen. Yeah, the water always looks like it's gelatin outside the windows. It's interesting. I've always assumed that's an effect on the window itself, but it does make for an interesting looking effect. Oh, I'm out of souls. I need more souls! Listen, I am once again asking for your donations. Said like Bernie Sanders. I wonder. Wow, that only lasted a few seconds. Let's get more of those souls going. No, Simon, come now! Why? Wait, no, I'm okay with that. I mean, don't you want to see what they do with Dragon Quest II in the remake? Or do you think it would be worse? In which case, ignore me. I've heard good things about what they did with 3, so who knows? Just gonna drag souls out for the boss fight here. Give me that. Give me those souls. Here's what Euro was talking about with the outsort thing. The idea is there's actually no window. There's supposed to be no, like, window there. It's just, that's the water. That's the edge of the water. See? You can see how it's kind of pulsating in and out. Yes. No boss skipping, for obvious reasons. So, this fight's a little different. This is going to screw me over, because she's got invuln phases. Just going to build
AOE
up
incoming.
a little bit here. There we go. Alright, where's my ads? Where's my ads? Come here, ads. Time for you to die. Yeah, this used to involve water pools and water sprouts, and they got rid of that, and replaced it with the floor is lava things instead. Yeah, I know, right? You can optionally rescue Aranak. I mean, you don't have to.
AOE incoming.
I'm sorry, Savacom. I hope I'm not boring you too much in the past. God, constant frost bolts. Holy crap. I do like this fight for what it's worth.
AOE incoming.
Down she goes. What? Oh, god damn it. Why did that skip? That should not have skipped. Did that skip off? Ah, whatever. Whatever. Oh, it was DB. I am upset about that. Okay, well, all you really see... How do I prevent that from happening? All you missed is we turn on a device which electrocutes Azumat, who is currently holding on to the Throne of Tides outside, which causes it to withdraw some of its tentacles, which opens up the other two wings of the dungeon. How the hell do I prevent cutscene skipping? Deadly Boss Mods. It's an add-on. That option is. I was just in core. I don't see it. You see it? Okay, so options, yeah, Global disables and filters. Okay. Blizzard features. There we go. In combat cutscenes, non-combat cutscenes. And yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully that fixed it. So this guy's a little different. Alright, I'm gonna stand right by Brigwin. No reason.
Watch your step.
So, we're going to just run through this. So this isn't going to be a positive, which is a shame, because his mechanic's cool.
Looking back.
He puts down a wave of gluck on the ground, and it just slowly expands. That's actually it. That's the mechanic. But then it turns into a mob, which starts roaming. It can be fun. But he doesn't get a positive. So this room is completely different. They added these eels. You like eels, right? Gotta have your Frogger. These eels hurt a lot, as I just demonstrated. I actually thought I was going to make that. Yeah, the very, very, very first time I did this, which was on Mythic Plus, because I was like, oh, weird. I died to these things, because on Mythic, those hurt a lot more. Go figure. What was her name? Okay, let's go rescue Aranak, shall we? The optional boss. Yeah, he's got a knockback, which will send you into the Guk, so you kind of have to be careful about your positioning for that.
Crowd control.
It's fine. Ugh! This mechanic's completely different. So the way this used to work is they'd grab you and, like, bounce you in the air over their head for a few seconds. And then you'd land, essentially randomly, nearby. And while you're landing, they'd be doing a massive AoE pounding attack on the ground. So your goal is to, as soon as you land, get the hell out of dodge quickly. As you can see, they changed that to a yank, which you then get out of before the attack goes off. Like that. And as you can see, that nearly killed Spartan, so it does still do some damage.
Crowd control.
I mean, it's still a normal dungeon, Spartan. There's only so much we're going to get out of that. There it is, Throne of Tides. I need to shuffle over to Dragonflight. My very first Dragonflight points here.
Pulling in.
Yeah. I'm just going to stand in it just to demonstrate. There.
Pulling in.
They don't stack them the way they used to either. So this fight's a little different. First we fight Aranak, who is of course being mind-controlled by one of those merciless ones on his head. Nice. Congrats, Ismaria Star. Perfect. Let's do it with the trash.
Crowd control. Attack totem. Crowd control.
Okay, let's read.
Keep moving. Attack totem.
In a minute.
Great line of sight.
Be found.
I thank you, my friends. Forgive me. I have grown too weak to be of any assistance.
New voice actor.
I am weary. You must carry on without me. I shall take my leave once my strength has returned.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't me trying to push the limits of what we could do as a group.
With me.
What's this? You rescuing me? This'll take some getting used to.
Maintain focus.
You can literally tell the voice actor difference there. Although I'm not sure why they couldn't get back Richard Epcar. It's not like he isn't still acting, right? Yeah, it could have been a scheduling thing. Who knows? That's true. Richard Epcar is probably busy. And this was very impromptu. They were just kind of throwing this together for Dragonflight, so they probably didn't actually have a lot of advance warning. Thank you, Valerian, as always. Always appreciate and much obliged. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh god, that might actually be true, Talia. Hang on, let me go pull up the list to see what you actually put that towards. For Dragon Quest II. I knew it. And 4 Heroes of Light. And Suikoden 4. Done. Notice the giant gushing bits of corruption just pouring in from the water, by the way. Nice bit of storytelling. You also notice that most of these enemies here are probably shouldn't be enemies. But they're being corrupted by Azumat, who himself is corrupted, of course. I'll take it. Yep, nope. By the way, proper mission checkpoints. Because this is a Dragonflight dungeon. I don't know if Azumat was originally an actual water elemental, but there's evidence to indicate that. For lack of a better way to put that. If Azumat was not a water elemental to begin with, he was definitely water aligned. So in this case, N'Zoth is very specifically doing the corrupting, probably through Ashara. So old god to old god minion corrupting water creature, whether water elemental or not. I mean, she's right, I was going to mass pull there.
The beast has returned. It must not pollute my waters.
New voice actor for Neptulon. And there's Azumat. So this fight is pretty different from the original, but it's still got a cool moment.
These waters, the servants of filth, will surely be stirred. Beware.
Let's get 4 stacks going here.
Move to
My
pool.
waters are cleansed. Drink in their
AoE
power.
This is a fun fight, I think.
Oh, their filthiness stains me.
Stacks. Oh my gosh.
Phase 2.
And then phase 2. And then we attack Azumat with like super mega ultra boosted stats. Now, when we used to do this on Heroic at launch, you could fall behind the DPS race here.
Been cleansed of vile filth.
So. Yeah, that's what I thought. They completely got rid of that cutscene, too. Now, for once, this actually works out. So, here's the deal. In the original version of this dungeon, right at the last minute there, Azumat grabbed Neptulon and then yanked him out of this area and swam off with him. You're probably thinking, what? But the whole idea there was that Azumat and Neptulon, along with the handmaiden we played as earlier, were all going to be part of the raid, right? They were going to be part of the raid fights. So that makes sense. But there was no raid to follow up. It was never followed through on. So instead, all that story was just thrown out the window, and then they kind of reset the board over in Legion. So now, this actually follows more smoothly to Legion with that cutscene removed. Because now we successfully defeat and cleanse Azumat, which will then lead to the events of Legion. So, for once, fixing that cutscene actually improves things. Holy crap. Thank you for joining me, everyone. I am now a Murloc, as it should be. As it always should have been. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take an actual lunch break for once instead of like a 20-minute shove food down my throat thing. When I come back, Uldum. We'll be hitting up Uldum. I'll see you guys in a bit.